Chapter 352. No, you're wrong, Grandmaster Bosley. Brando shook his head. The young man closed the door. The mysterious guest took off his cloak, revealing a hunched body and a feathered robe that covered his wrinkled skin. Tajiv bowed deeply to Brando. Subterrane dwellers? Bosley asked in surprise. Wait, my lord, you mean? The blacksmith reacted quickly. The equipment he designed according to the blueprint was not usable by humans, but it was tailor-made for these creatures. My lord, when did you come into contact with the subterrane dwellers? Didn't we fight with them? But then, what's going on? The old man was puzzled. During the battle with Lord Maxon, Brando purposely sealed the news. Most of the captives were locked up in the dungeon, and no one was allowed to come in contact with them. Thus, the news of the subterrane dwellers participating in the battle was not leaked. Furthermore, Bosley didn't care about Brando's military affairs. He was focused on his smithing workshop, so he didn't know that Brando's subordinates had merged with a large number of subterrane dwellers. My lord. You're amazing. Tajiv maintained a respectful posture, but it faced the master craftsman and replied with a sentence in Kurlutz that it was not familiar with. So you've subdued them? Bosley turned to Brendel and asked. Brando nodded. Martha above. The old man shouted, How many have you subdued? Bosley immediately shut his mouth as he thought of a possibility. The old man stared at Brando with wide eyes and raised his trembling hand. 500? 500. That was the number Brando wanted for the armor. The young man smiled and shook his head. Bosley was oversimplifying things. It was just like humans. No matter how strong the subterrane dwellers were, it was impossible for them to be the strongest. He glanced at Tajiv. Even though the subterrane dweller was respectful to him, he wouldn't leave the fate of his tribe in his hands. 3,000, he said. Bosley choked a little and quickly held onto the corner of the table. I understand now. It seems like my old bones can't keep up with you youngsters. He shook his head. 3,000 subterrane dwellers? Then how did the young man win? Not to mention subduing them. It was no wonder that the mercenaries, especially the younger generation of mercenaries, worshipped this lord so much. Originally, he was somewhat dismissive, but now it seemed that it was not just blind worship. All right, Bosley replied, I understand. Lord Paulus is in big trouble now. It's not that simple. Count Ranner won't be so rash as to charge headlong into the matter. He's an old fox. Brendel shook his head. Sir Maxon's lesson should be enough to make him more cautious. Are you saying that Lord Paulus will have reinforcements? Isn't that inevitable? Brando replied. The old man stroked his chin. Is that why you want to arm these cavemen? That's right. Brando patted the armor and said to Tajiv, Tajiv, give it a try. My lord, what is this? Tajiv could not see clearly, but it could hear that the armor was made of metal. You'll know once you put it on. Which doctor? Tajiv finally understood that it was a set of armor and hurriedly waved its hands. My lord. It's fine, I'm just giving it a try. Brando smiled. This is a gift from me. You won't reject it, right? Gift? The subterrane dweller was taken aback. Your tribe isn't one of the strongest in the underworld, right? Brando asked. Tajiv fell silent. It nodded. If it was a strong tribe, they would not have been forced to the surface. Compared to living on the surface, they were more willing to return to the underworld. However, its tribe was not considered small. It was just that it did not have a strong underworld lord to back it up. Tajiv knew that it had a hidden problem. In the tribe that its ancestors left behind for it, there were many old and weak people. There were very few people who were qualified to fight in the underworld. It's fine, Brando did not mind. I've said it before. If we can improve our strength and skills, then we can focus on improving our equipment. Equipment, improve? Tajiv repeated doubtfully. I plan to give your tribe 500 sets of heavy armor, Brando replied. Heavy armor, specifically for the subterrane dwellers. The subterrane dweller was shocked by this number. 500 sets of heavy armor was a huge fortune even in the underworld. The underworld lords would definitely not use these things to arm a group of subterrane dwellers. In other words, they were a group of cannon fodder. It raised its head and stuttered, "Subterrane dwellers, don't wear armor, my lord." Subterrane dwellers don't wear armor? Brendel could not help but curse in his mind. The subterrane dweller lord, Master Siege Master Alach's assault squad, and their performance in the Third War was still fresh in his mind. The set of armor in his hands was actually the original design of the rhinoceros armor designed by Alach. Of course, he hadn't gotten his hands on the later versions, but this set of armor was ahead of its time in the year of summer and summer leaves. Brando remembered clearly that the first set of rhino armor was created about 5 years later. "Are you willing to be cannon fodder? This will become history, Tajiv." The young man shook his head. "I've said before, this set of armor is specially designed for you." "Wait." Bosley stopped the two of them. "My lord, are you saying that this set of armor has never existed before?" "Of course." The old man looked at the young man and was a little angry. "You didn't even let these fellows try on a set of newly designed armor, and you made me make 200 sets." Bosley was almost shouting at the end of his sentence. He felt that Brando was making a joke out of him. There had never been such a thing in history. A set of newly designed armor was mass-produced without even testing it. Did this guy think it was a toy? Bosley could understand if Brando was rich enough to rival a kingdom, but he was clearly in the early stages of his territory, and it was difficult to even maintain it. The amount of iron ores used to make 200 sets of armor was almost all of the AB's reserves. It even delayed the construction of the city walls because of this. Amandina had complained to him more than once about this matter. The more Bosley spoke, the angrier he became, especially when he thought about how Brando kept saying that he was on the princess side. If everyone by the princess side was like this young man, then this damned kingdom might not even have a future. He felt that he, the chief craftsman of the kingdom, was being played by this young man. Bosley glared at Brando. If this young lord did not give him an explanation, then he would let him know that even a master craftsman like him had his own temper. And it was a very bad temper. But Brando's expression did not change at all. He was only a little surprised when Bosley lost his temper. He did not expect the old man to be so angry, but he laughed when he heard Bosley's words. "Is there a need to be so angry, Grandmaster Bosley?" He shook his head. "How can you still laugh? You better give me an explanation, damn it." Bosley said indignantly, "Otherwise, I'll give you an explanation today." "How do you intend to give me an explanation?" Brando crossed his arms and asked calmly. When the two of them started arguing, they seemed to have forgotten about Tajiv. Of course, Mr. Mordenkainen had been forgotten from the start. I'll go on strike." Bosley stomped his feet. "All right, calm down." Brando shook his head. "Grandmaster Bosley, you're the chief craftsman of the kingdom. Can't you tell if this armor will work or not?" "It's because I'm the chief craftsman of the kingdom that I have to stop your irresponsible behavior," Bosley said angrily, but he still glanced at the subterrane dweller chieftain. He was familiar with the armor he made himself. He only needed to look at the subterrane dweller chieftain to know that there was nothing wrong with Brando's design. The subterrane dweller chieftain looked a little bigger. But since Tajiv claimed to be a witch doctor, the subterrane dweller chieftain must have a stronger physique, and the armor would fit him well. As for the subterrane dwellers with a different physique, he would only need to make some slight modifications. Bosley's anger subsided a little when he saw this, and he was surprised. Drawing a blueprint and completing a finished product with just experience alone would require at least a few decades of forging experience. Even he himself might not be able to do it. The old man glanced at Brendel and thought to himself, "Is this young man a hidden master?" But he did not believe it and asked with some anger, "You didn't make this armor, did you?" Brendel nodded. He did not want to steal someone else's work. "This is the design of a friend of mine, and he has done a lot of research on the subterrane dwellers." Of course, the moment he opened his mouth, the subterrane dweller became his friend. At this moment, a certain someone in the Georgiandy ridge couldn't help but sneeze. That's more like it, Brendel satisfied the old man's conjecture, and the old man did not pursue the matter any further. It's best if you don't play this trick on me in the future. Leave this kind of surprise to the youngsters. My old bones can't take it anymore. You're exaggerating, Brando replied with a smile. Of course not. I didn't do it on purpose. Grandmaster Bosley, you are now the most valuable asset in my territory. This is only a temporary job. Bosley mumbled, but he did not forget to remind Brando of this fact. But the young man's compliments still made him feel good. Brando shook his head and turned to the subterranean dweller chieftain. How about it, Tajiv? Are you willing to accept this gift? Tajiv hesitated for a moment. When Brando and Bosley were talking, it had already touched the armor. Due to the lack of vision, the subterranean dwellers were more sensitive to touch and hearing than normal humans. Even though it only touched the armor roughly, it was certain that it was made for one of its kind. It was tempted, but it knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The subterranean dweller hesitated for a moment and asked, My lord, conditions? Brando nodded. He was satisfied with Tajiv's reaction. Of course, he would not give the subterranean dwellers 500 sets of armor for free. Even though the subterranean dwellers and the ABEs were allies, this was not enough. The conditions are simple. Brando replied. Then he lowered his voice and whispered something into the subterranean dweller chieftain's ear. Tajiv was stunned for a moment. It hesitated for a moment, but it still nodded in the end. Deal. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 353. The 7th day of the month of slumber. After the first snowfall. The harsh winter had sealed off all the roads from the mountains of Erech to the countryside of Ampere Seal. The lobbyists of the various forces in the free port had wasted 2 months of time in vain. In the end, their efforts were in vain. The cold season finally froze the unstable situation in the north, and the ferocious rumors about the war in the north from 2 months ago had finally disappeared like a rumor without any proof. But only those who could see through all of this understood that there was a deeper layer of danger hidden under this false calm. Beneath the surface of the world that was wrapped in silver and everything was frozen was not silence. Instead, it was an outburst of patience. Swords and blades were screaming, thirsting for blood. It was as if winter had passed and spring had arrived. After the snowflakes had bloomed, what seeped into the ground was not snow, but blood. Brando knew this very well. It was just like how he knew the history books in black and white. However, when the earth went into hibernation, there was a hidden power that was ready to move under the snow. When the old knight Lord Paulus led his subordinates to this small hill in Tanagel's territory for the first time, he did not know that the news of the war in Tanagel had already spread to the desks of the dukes and lords. During this sensitive period, a single spark could ignite the situation. Everyone thought that Princess Griffine was taking the risk, but no one thought that the silver-haired girl could only accept Brando's good intentions with a bitter smile. So where would Count Randner go from here? This was a question that could only be answered with deep meaning. But no one would care about the fate of a chess piece. When Princess Griffine received the news that Lord Paulus had begun to march towards Abes, she could not help but shake the parchment with 2 of her fingers. She smiled and said to Oberway, who was beside her, Oberway, who do you think will win? Oberway bowed slightly. Reason tells me that Count Randner will definitely win, but my intuition tells me otherwise. What if he wins? Then Count Randner will not dare to act rashly. What if you lose? Erech is also inclined to let Count Randner remain neutral, which is exactly what that old bastard wants. In other words, it's beneficial to us and not harmful at all. If only your highness could realize that Count Randner is not on the same side as us. It's a pity that Makarov and Grandmaster Fleetwood can't see that. The silver-haired girl sighed as she rested her chin on her hand. Oberway did not answer immediately. In his opinion, Grandmaster Fleetwood and Count Randner were able to see this point, but it was due to their own considerations. Perhaps Count Randner was more reliable than an unknown youth. Makarov did not wish for the princess to interact too much with the youth, and Oberway was keenly aware of this. He couldn't say these words out loud, otherwise, it would cause suspicion within the royal faction. However, he believed that this intelligent princess would be able to see through it. "Tell me," Princess Griffin raised her slender eyelashes slightly as she stared at the vassal, "why did he do this? Is it because of his so-called goodwill towards the royal family?" The princess shook her head again. Her background made her naturally distrustful of such goodwill that was not related to benefits. "I'm afraid not. In my opinion, it's because of the ambition of an adventurer." "Ambition?" Princess Griffin blinked her eyes. But at this very moment, the old knight Lord Paulus, who was standing in the cold wind, clearly didn't know that there was a beautiful princess who was evaluating the fates of both sides. The old knight lifted his mask with his wrinkled and calloused hands and exhaled a white breath in the cold air. He looked at the distant mountains covered in white mist. At the foot of the mountain was the camp that was attacked. This was the 6th time this week that the camp was attacked. The attackers were subterranean dwellers, and they were still subterranean dwellers. The wrinkles on the old man's forehead were almost squeezed together, and his aged face was like a piece of tree bark. Behind him, the figures of the other knights came out from the forest one after another. Most of them had solemn expressions. They originally thought that the undulating hills of the Maxon region were not as dangerous as Mount Greyhar, and that the enemy, the rioters, were not as elusive as the Highlanders. They thought that they could breathe a sigh of relief, but most of them saw the upcoming war as an opportunity to relax. However, they did not expect to meet an even more troublesome enemy before they even met the refugees. "Are these damned subterranean dwellers rioting?" Someone cursed angrily. The subterranean dwellers attacked all kinds of targets, and were not limited to military targets. Sometimes, even granaries and manors were within their hunting range. Even though Count Randner's army had yet to gather, these elusive attacks had already caused the people in the territory to panic. The losses caused by the attacks were not great, but Lord Paulus was worried that it would delay the gathering of the army. Especially recently, it had developed to the campsite where the Aboriginals gathered. This was the second campsite to be attacked. The subterranean dwellers were extremely fast in the forest, and when they attacked, the Highlanders were not ready to defend themselves. As a result, the monsters broke in from the north and quickly retreated after killing many people. The terrain in the forest was complicated, and the cavalry could not spread out to chase after the subterranean dwellers. "How many people did we lose?" "Not many. A dozen or so died, but many were injured." "How many did we lose in the past week?" "Nearly 100, the knight replied, "and this does not include the losses in battle." "Why are there losses in battle?" Lord Paulus turned around and asked. It was still too early for the war to begin, and the mobilization of provisions and other resources was far slower than expected. The Highlanders' gathering speed was also not fast enough. Less than 20% of them had arrived. However, what made him curious was that he did not give any orders, so why were there losses in battle? "It's because a group of Highlanders gathered in secret to retaliate, but they were ambushed when they entered Maxon. Only 1 or 2 of them returned," the knight replied. "These fools," the old knight cursed. "Then how many people did we lose from the first attack until now?" The knight looked at each other before one of them answered. "More than 300. "But 2 weeks," Lord Paulus shook his head. He could accept this loss. If he did not take the initiative to attack, he would not be able to do anything about it. But in his opinion, this was the last struggle of the Highlanders. In the past 2 months, Lord Paulus had gathered enough information. The noble's private soldiers who had escaped from ABs had given him a lot of useful information. For example, he knew that Brando had hundreds or even thousands of subterranean dwellers under his command. With hundreds of subterranean dwellers and thousands of mercenaries, Lord Paulus felt that if he fought steadily, he would have a good chance of winning. He would not make the same mistake that Lord Maxon made a second time. In fact, the old knight knew that based on his personality, he would not even make the same mistake the first time. He caressed the hilt of his sword. He had heard that Carglaise was also captured by the Highlanders, and he had been worried about his student for a long time. Lord Paulus's original plan would take about a month and a half, and he did not care even if the Highlanders lost another 1,000 lives or a third of them were forced to withdraw from the battle. But the old knight knew that numbers did not work that way on the battlefield. If what he predicted happened, it would be a fatal blow to the morale of the Highlanders. The Highlanders might even fall into chaos. He could see that the Highlanders were pressuring him, trying to force him into a decisive battle. But things were not that simple. The Highlanders who were ambushed were the best proof of this. Lord Paulus knew that he could not act rashly, but on the other hand, the incessant chattering of the Highlanders gave him a headache. Their words were not without reason. The subterranean dwellers had gone deep into the forest and burned down one of Lord Paulus's granaries. This made Lord Paulus suspect that there was a loophole in Schaflun's plan. The subterranean dwellers could only enter Lord Paulus's territory through that direction. But Schaflun's spies reported that everything was normal. Lord Paulus even sent out a second batch of spies, but they did not find anything out of the ordinary. This made the old knight curse Perkins for being in charge of Schaflund. It was a sieve that anyone could infiltrate. But he did not think that if it were not for this sieve, his men would not have been able to infiltrate. Lord Paulus touched his sword and suppressed the impulse in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Let's go back." "My lord," the knight was puzzled, "what about the subterranean dwellers? Have the Highlanders withdraw their defenses and change the route of their supplies? We also need to relocate the granaries. The enemy is in the dark while we are out in the open. We need to be more vigilant, but this will waste too much time. Why don't we just attack them directly?" "If you think that way, then your enemy will be happy," Lord Paulus replied coldly. "The undead of Madara, the Highlanders, and even the food and other supplies are not in place yet. If you lose Lord Paulus as well, then where will Count Ranner put his face? We have a few thousand men in our hands, and the Highlanders' army is nearing 2,000, the knight said. "Even if they add in the subterranean dwellers, they still won't be a match for us, right?" "That old fool, Lord Maxon, also thinks the same way. Did you see what happened to him? But if we do this, it will affect the time we have to gather, my lord." "That's fine too. It's best if we delay until the month of spring. It's not a good sign to send out troops in the winter." The knight shook his head. Even though this kind of harassment was harmless, it was no different from a slap to his face, and he had no way to retaliate. He was a cautious person, and the enemy seemed to have seen through this point. However, the only thing he was confident about was that he would not make the decision to send out his troops early because of his anger. The old knight believed that he had seen through the enemy's desperate struggle, and he had to fight steadily and steadily. He had to trap the enemy bit by bit and not give them any chance to break out of this situation. He would slowly get back at them for the humiliation he suffered now. Delay until the month of spring? Won't Count Ranner blame us for that? 3 months, with Martha above, how much food do we need? My lord, if you do this, Count Ranner will kill us. On the contrary, Lord Paulus looked at his old subordinates. The longer we delay, the better. You have to look further ahead. The battlefield is not limited to Tonagel. Before this war ends, Lord Ranner will not cause trouble for you. There are some things that cannot be measured by money. Even though the old knight was a pure soldier, his experience allowed him to see through the waves behind this seemingly calm situation. Of course, if we can do it well, Count Ranner will be able to rest easy, that's for sure. The knights echoed. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 354. Lord Paulus thought that he had seen through Brando's intentions. But the old knight would never understand what kind of existence was fighting against him on the other side of the forest. Just like how Brando was familiar with every lord of Erewhon, whether they were in the past, present, or future, whether they were powerful or poor. He was familiar with them like he was familiar with his own fingerprints. From the year of summer leaves to the beginning of the Second Era, he had interacted with every lord of Erewhon, big or small. If Lord Paulus knew that Brando was able to call out his nickname from decades ago, he might have reconsidered his choice. But there was no if in history. When Brando received the news that the old knight had retreated from his study in Abes, he couldn't help but smile. He threw the report from Raven back onto the table. Raven was the name he gave to the first-line Magi scouts. Because they often used ravens to transmit information, the nickname spread like wildfire in the army. What a pity. Rabin also read the report. The former captain shook his head in disappointment. That old man is really cautious. If he didn't act rashly, we would have won half of this war. It's not a good habit to place your hopes on the enemy, Captain Rabin. Amandina stood beside Brando and looked at him coldly. As time went by, her prestige in the group increased day by day. Even though she was reprimanding him, it did not make Rabin feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was as if it was a matter of course, and it was the way it should be. Rabin smiled. I just feel that it's a pity. Now that he has retreated, we will have to face a tough battle. That's not necessarily true. Brando replied softly. He knew that the old knight was cautious, but he had an unyielding character in his blood. Just like how he understood the old knight's preferred style of fighting and what kind of choices he would make. This so-called report was just a small trap he had arranged. No matter what choice he made, it would not be out of his expectations. Amandina glanced at him from behind. She had known about this plan since the day Tajiv left the city, and his arrangements had left her in disbelief. It did not seem like a strategy, but more like a prediction. But now, this prediction had come true. Amandina was also a little dumbfounded. She looked at Brando's back in a daze. Not necessarily. Rabin did not understand. Lord Paulus graduated from the Royal Academy when he was young and participated in the November War. He is the most serious of the Academy's officers. Brando replied, Did you know that on the wall of the Royal Academy, there is a sentence written in Crew's language, to the knight's goal is to prevent the other party's goal. This sentence is the core of Erewhon's military philosophy, and it is regarded as a classic by all the officers who graduated from the Academy. Rabin nodded. Even Cornelius and Medisha nodded in agreement. Rabin was born in the army, so he was not unfamiliar with this saying. However, Cornelius had decades of experience in the field, so he could understand the truth behind this saying. Cornelius had the same experience as Cornelius, and he could see the truth behind this saying. As for Medisha, the princess' understanding of war did not need to be explained. So it's the same for Lord Paulus. Amandina snapped out of her daze and whispered, Is that right, my lord? Yes, my lord. Brando continued, That's why I sent the subterranean dwellers to harass, plunder, and invade Paulus's territory. We are like cornered beasts, and we need to find an opportunity to break the stalemate before Count Randner's army gathers. Isn't that our situation? Rabin asked. Yes, Brando nodded, but is there really such a foolish enemy? Would he tell you the truth so that you can complete a critical strike? Brando leaned back in his chair, not looking like a lord at all. Amandina's brows were furrowed, and Falern's expression was not any better. However, the young man seemed to be in a good mood, and he blurted out a game term. Critical strike. It's an ancient language, Brando lied without batting an eyelid, it's called critical strike. Rabin nodded in agreement. That's why this is the reverse way of thinking, Medisha whispered. If we ask for a battle, he will not let us do as we wish. But on the other hand, according to the strict way of thinking, the enemy will not expose his weakness to us so directly. He will definitely find a way to hide his goal. Unless this is a trap. Rabin continued. What kind of message is this trap trying to convey? Cornelius asked. The enemy wants to stall for time. Rabin replied. He had obviously put himself in Lord Paulus's shoes. Then the way to destroy this goal is to send out troops as soon as possible. But what if this is a double trap? The discussion quickly became heated. So no matter what, there are only two choices left. Amandina pulled herself out of this train of thought and calmly answered, either we wait for the army to gather, or we immediately send out troops and cut the Gordian knot. But Medisha shook her head. Military calculations aren't that simple. After all, This isn't a rock-paper-scissors game that relies solely on analyzing the enemy's mentality, the Silver Elf Princess replied. Some things can't be hidden, such as military strength, resources, morale, weather, geography, and possible reinforcements. These two choices and this information are enough for Lord Paulus to make a choice. Also, there is the factor of personality. Brando added. After Medicia's reminder, Rabban regained his senses and looked at Brando in confusion. Then my lord, where is the trap? According to the Silver Fairy Princess, Lord Paulus should be able to make the correct decision easily. And it seems that the old knight did indeed make the correct decision. Just like what the young lord said, they were like cornered beasts fighting for a chance to break the stalemate before Count Ranner's army gathered. But now that Lord Paulus chose to wait for the army to gather, they had lost this precious opportunity. Isn't that right? Rabban saw Brando shaking his head and smiled. Didn't I already set up the trap? All of you are in it, and you won't be able to detect it. What? Everyone was shocked. The young lord smiled and tapped his forehead. The so-called limitation of thinking is that I asked you a question that is neither yes nor no, and you fell into a whirlpool of choices because of this question. But have you ever thought that this is a real war? There are thousands of possibilities in a war, and there are not only two choices. If you can't jump out of this maze of thinking, then you won't be able to see the third choice. Everyone present was stunned. The third choice? Rabban asked with a frown. If Lord Paulus chooses to attack, then he will be attacked head-on, and we will break the stalemate. Brando replied, but of course he won't be so stupid. I don't think even Grodin will make such a low-level mistake. But if he chooses to retreat and give me 2 or 3 months to delay the war until after the month of spring's dawn, then I will still welcome him. Brando shrugged. What do we lack? Time. But time is not necessarily in our favor, my lord. Amandina's brows were furrowed as usual, as if her brows had not relaxed for the past month. Rabban looked at her and reminded her seriously, frowning too much will cause wrinkles, Miss Amandina. The noble lady rolled her eyes at him. Anyway, I'll let you take responsibility for it, she shuddered slightly. Brendel smiled faintly, as if it was something that gave him a sense of accomplishment to be able to make his assistant relax. He smiled and explained, don't worry, time will be on our side in the end. He was not speaking carelessly. Ever since the Druids returned to his territory, he knew that they would have news about Valhalla. This was no different from history, and he made a series of arrangements for it. He ordered Tajiv to harass Lord Paulus and delay the old knight's attack. All of it was to achieve this goal. Only Brando knew what Valhalla meant, so he had to delay the war as much as possible until the legendary territory was under his control. After that, everything would be fine. Knowing this in his heart, he looked at the others. They looked at him suspiciously, but at least they knew that this young lord never lied. But won't that old bastard notice that something is wrong? Rabban still felt that it was a little strange. Did you notice it? Brando asked. But that's only for a moment. A moment decides everything, and the final outcome of a war can be changed by 1 or 2 small details. Brando shook his head. The biggest taboo for a commander is to be indecisive, and changing a decision repeatedly is a taboo. Moreover, if he decides to retreat today, he will have to deal with Tajiv's harassment from now on. Even if he realizes it, he will have slowed down the pace of gathering his troops, and it will be too late for regrets. Then doesn't that mean he will lose no matter what? Rabban asked. I gave him a test paper, and the 2 choices were arranged by me. Why won't he lose? Brando replied, sometimes you need to change your roles, but following your opponent's rhythm is not a good thing. Brando suddenly stopped talking because he felt the surroundings become quiet. All of his subordinates were looking at him strangely as if they were looking at a monster. The young man felt awkward. It was not a profound method, but something that Incersta had played around with. During the Second War of the Black Roses, Sir Black had humiliated the old man like this, and Brando was only using it as a reference. So what should we do? Rabban asked, what should we do? Do your job well, Brendel replied, this is the second thing I'm going to tell you today. I'm going to leave the territory for a trip that will take a month or more. He clasped his hands together and interlaced his fingers. I don't want the territory to be in a mess when I return. My lord, you are leaving again? Amandina frowned. Schaflund? It's a secret. The young man put his finger to his lips. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 355. After deciding on the itinerary, Brando began to prepare for his trip to the Black Forest. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he waited for a few more days. After confirming that Lord Paulus had retracted his defenses, Brando was able to carry out his plan with ease. On the day of his departure, he arrived at a courtyard in his castle. Your swordsmanship has improved again. Coden bent down to pick up the sword and put it back on the weapon rack. The old swordsman looked at Brando with envy and helplessness, but he was also looking forward to it. I'm old now. I'm no longer your opponent. Brendel did not try to be humble, but he smiled shyly like a young man. Ever since the discussion, Brando's schedule had been increasing day by day. Everyone was preparing for the trip, but he seemed to be a little relaxed. The battle took 10 minutes, and he won in the end. The young man was not too surprised. After the battle in the underground, and with the guidance of the female knight Orthlis, his swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. He could not be compared to the first time he fought with Coden. His military swordsmanship was stuck at level 16+2, and there was no further progress. The channel for him to invest in his skills was also grayed out. Brando knew that his swordsmanship was nearing its limit. After reaching the peak of the master level, he would have to rely on repeated practice or an epiphany one day to invest in his swordsmanship. Today, Brando was wearing a black cruise traveler's uniform, which was developed from the warrior culture of the Tower people. It was usually made of some kind of woolen material. The top was like a shirt, but the sleeves and trousers were unusually loose. He put on a pair of gauntlets and riding boots. Adventurers and nobles usually wore a double-layered belt to hang their swords. However, Brando had specially made Halran Gaia's scabbard for a broadsword. He sheathed the sword and replied, "Times have changed, Mr. Coden." Coden looked up at him but did not say anything. Coden didn't say anything, but Brando didn't press him either. He took out a piece of cloth and gently wiped his sword as he thought about what had happened a few days ago. The meeting with the Druids was rather harmonious. Andrew had yet to return from the loop of trade winds, so an elder named Grey Raven came instead. Grey Raven symbolized the elves of the storm. To be able to use this title as a code name, it meant that this elder was proficient in druid spells within the wind domain. The wind domain represented the sky, and the druids of the sky domain often enjoyed a high status within the druid organization. Therefore, Brando guessed that this person might not be an ordinary outer circle elder like Andrew, but an inner circle big druid. Druids were connected to each other by a secret organization, known as the Druid Assembly. The structure of this organization was circular, and the inner circle was called the Trade Wind Council. Every member was an archdruid, and they communicated with each other through the winds of summer, autumn, and winter thousands of miles away. Only spring was the season of Naya. The druids had to give way to the wind so that they could not disturb the goddess rise. As expected, the druids brought him a piece of news that he had not expected. Grey Raven told him that they might have found Valhalla, but in fact, they had encountered a little trouble. The loop of trade winds seemed to be undergoing some unusual changes. The laws of the Black Forest were once again rearranged. The druids encountered fog and strong winds, and their sense of direction in the forest, which they were so proud of, was no longer effective. The archdruids said that the trees there seemed to be repelling them. If not for the fact that they were not hostile, it would have been difficult for them to even walk out of the forest. Brando pondered for a moment and guessed what they might have encountered. The power of the moon of magic was growing stronger with each passing day, and the chaos in the darkness was becoming restless. Even the forest was affected and began to show signs of change. This was a difficult problem, and there was almost no way to solve it. The only way to solve it was to force their way in. But this required strength, and the druids couldn't do it. Although the archdruid seemed to have the strength of a gold-tier warrior, they knew too little about Valhalla. It seemed that he had to go there himself. But that was fine as well. It was exactly what he wanted. He set aside a month and a half, and thought that it would be more than enough for him to arrange this trip. But just as he was thinking of this, a sudden argument interrupted his thoughts. Stop. I want to see your commander. I know he's already back. Stop talking nonsense. A captive should have the self-awareness of a captive. Why do you have so many demands? This was the voice of a soldier. Brando raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. It was the dungeon, and a funny expression appeared on his face. This was not the first time he had heard of such a dispute. Humph. You untrustworthy bastards. The last time I defeated that bastard, he promised to let me see your commander. If you have the guts, make him come again. I guarantee that I'll beat him until he pisses his pants. Shut up. The soldier scolded. Captain Cornelius went easy on you. Didn't you see that his sword was broken in the fight? Then why don't you make him change to a better sword and fight me? The voice did not hide the sarcasm. Brat, do you want to be taught a lesson again? The soldier was clearly impatient. Then there were a few cries of pain. Brando quickly saw a young man wearing a white shirt running out from behind the bushes. The young man's light blonde hair was slightly messy, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. However, he held a sword in his hand. Brando noticed that the sword was not stained with blood. When the young man ran out from behind the bushes, he was surprised to see someone outside. When he saw that Brando was holding a sword, he subconsciously thought that he was one of the guards and immediately went forward to greet him. Brando was slightly surprised. He wondered why he let someone run out, but before he could finish his thoughts, he saw the young man lunge towards him with a sword in his hand. The young man's sword was pointed at Brando's right arm. It was obvious that he did not want to kill him, but the speed of his sword was extremely fast and his hand was steady. This showed that he had a good foundation in swordsmanship. This surprised Brando as he knew that his four captains, Yuta, Cornelius, Rabin, and Cornelius, were not a match for this young man. Damn, military swordsmanship, at least level 8. Brando thought to himself. No wonder the Nightsong Tiger, Rabin, and Cornelius were almost unable to kill this young man. He was indeed a talent. His first thought was to knock the young man's sword away, but he changed his mind. He wanted to test the young man's strength. Brando changed his stance twice in an instant. He flicked his sword upwards and blocked the young man's sword, then pushed it outwards, causing the young man's center of gravity to tilt. Even though Karglai's attack was neutralized, Brando was merciful and did not knock his sword away. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. That ordinary-looking guard seemed to be a master swordsman. But that was impossible. The young man gritted his teeth and attacked again. However, Brando's Halran Gaia softened and slapped the young man's left and right arms. He did not use his full strength, nor did he use Earthquake. Instead, he used his immense strength to push the young man back. In the end, the young man fell to the ground on his butt. Full of flaws, but commendable. Brando thought to himself. He saw the young man stand up again and subconsciously raised his sword. He wanted to see if the young man knew any other swordsmanship. But at that moment, he saw Karglais throw his sword away and raise his hand. I surrender. Karglais stared at Brando with his light gray eyes. He knew that the young man was a master swordsman. He did not stand a chance. But he only felt annoyed. If he knew this would happen, he would not have run in this direction. Now that he thought about it, he found it laughable that he took the initiative to attack the young man. He looked at the old man and thought that he should have run away from here. But when he saw Koden looking at him with a smile and the old swordsman's slender fingers and countless calluses, he realized that his defeat was inevitable. Who are you? Karglais asked curiously. He allowed the soldiers who caught up to him to tie his hands behind his back. The soldiers were angry at him for injuring others, so they did not hold back, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Fortunately, the young man did not kill anyone. Otherwise, the soldiers would have beaten him up in front of their lord. Brando did not answer but looked at the young man with interest. He looked at the young man and suddenly had a new idea. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Why would you kill me?" Carglass was not afraid. "There's nothing to gain from it. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey," Brando replied. "Then you can do it." The young man puffed out his chest. "If I blink, I will no longer be a man of the Huberto family." "So a man only cares about himself and not your father?" Brando asked. "What does being a man have to do with my father?" Carglass was puzzled. Brando was surprised. After all, the culture of this world was different from his original world. He looked at the soldiers again. "Why didn't you kill them?" The young man shook his head. "Why do you always talk about killing? I'm much stronger than them. I don't need to kill them to escape. But if both sides have the same strength, then I can only fight with my life." He answered honestly. "But he's your enemy. I can't kill all of them." Carglass raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "What's more, if I'm caught, I'll be the one in trouble. Just like now. You've thought it through." Brando suddenly found the young man interesting. "Well, do you still want to know who I am?" "Didn't I just ask?" "Then what should you call me?" Brando looked back at the soldiers. The soldiers quickly took a step back and lowered their heads. They placed one hand on their chest and saluted. "My lord." "My lord." Brando turned around and saw the young man staring at him with his mouth agape. His mouth was wide enough to swallow an egg. He could not believe his eyes. You are." Brando nodded and laughed in his heart, but his face did not show it. "Yes, I'm the one you want to see." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 356. When the soldiers saw the young man trying to stand up, they quickly went up and held him down. They looked at their lord with inquiring eyes and asked, "My lord, should we take this guy down?" Brando looked at the young man. He knew that this was the second son of Sermenta, but he found it interesting that the old-fashioned gentleman should have such an interesting son. He had already changed his mind and shook his head. "Let him go." "Let him go?" The soldiers were stunned and looked at each other in confusion. "Let him go," Brando repeated. The soldiers loosened the thick hemp rope around Carglass's wrists. The young man frowned and rubbed his wrists. Even though the soldiers did not beat him up, they were not polite to him either. He looked at the red marks on his snow-white wrist and couldn't help but frown. However, the young man was more concerned about Brando's intentions. He raised his head and stared at Brando with his light gray eyes for a while before asking, "Are you really from this place? Are you trying to say that you're the leader of the mob?" "I wouldn't dare." The young man smiled awkwardly. In fact, Carglass was surprised when he realized that the other party was a young man about the same age as him. Not only did he surpass him in swordsmanship, but he was also the leader of the mob. The more he looked at Brando, the more he felt that he had lived in vain for the past 10 years. It was just like what Lord Paulus had told him, staying in a small place like Tonagel would only limit his strength. "But I'm curious," Carglass rubbed his wrists and asked, "Why did you let me go? If I told you that I wanted you to work for me, would you believe me?" Brando asked. "No." The young man shook his head. "Why should I work for you?" "Then what if I told you that I'm Griffin Corvado? I'm a secret envoy sent by Princess Oderfeis to establish a secret base here to keep Count Randner in check. Would you believe me?" Not only Carglass, but even Coden stared at Brando with his mouth agape. The young man did not seem to believe him at all. He looked at Brando as if he was looking at a lunatic, but the old man seemed to have woken up. He thought about the relationship between Brando and the royal family of Corvado and what Brando had done in the past few days. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the young man's words might not be so unreliable. At least some of them weren't lying. This joke isn't funny at all, Carglass frowned, but since you're the lord of this place, I'll say it's okay. Brando smiled and took out a silver brooch. This brooch is called the Silver Coat of Arms. It's the token of the Wang family's Knight Order. The young man was stunned. How do I know if you're lying to me? Coden was also skeptical. He had heard of the Silver Coat of Arms before, but he didn't know if the one in Brando's hand was real. The more suspicious the old man was, the more he felt that Brando was telling the truth. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that these well-trained rioters managed to kill Groudon? Brando put away the brooch. In fact, the brooch was real. It was sent along with a private letter from Groudon. The letter was simple. It mainly told him that the royal family appreciated young men like him and did not mention anything else. This was just a routine reply, and the whole letter was watertight. Even if Brendel had this so-called Princess Griffin's handwritten letter, it would be useless. However, the young lord still treated the letter like a treasure and carefully kept it. Amandina could not understand his actions and complained about the stinginess of the royal family of Covardo. Only an idiot like him would not be able to see through it. But how could Brando not see it? The regent princess used to be the dream lover of many otakus. As they grew older, most of them eventually realized that their love was just a youthful longing, but they could not let go of the most sincere memories in their hearts. Especially when the letter from the princess who had passed away was placed on his desk once again. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Alright, let's not talk about it, Brando continued. I heard that you were planning to bring a few servants to the north to answer Groudon's call to revive the Corvado dynasty. Carglass stopped what he was doing. Seems like you know quite a lot. You're more outstanding than most of the people I've met. Tonagel can't restrict your movements, Brando said as he tried to recall Carglass's experiences in the past. Unfortunately, he did not manage to find anything. This was not surprising. There were many young people like him in Erewhon, but not all of them were able to shine in the end. As the waves washed away the sand, those who were not strong enough naturally hid away. However, there were more who were not lucky enough. Many of them died on the way to Vlada. Bandits, monsters, cultists, and lords with ill intentions. The countryside of Erewhon was not safe in this era. You sound like you're mocking me. Carglass frowned. No, Brando shook his head, I'm serious. So, are you willing? What do you mean? Carglass was stunned. I'm lacking an adjutant. Are you kidding? Carglass's eyes widened. Brando shook his head. I said that I'm serious. I think you're capable enough for this position. Most importantly, you have the willingness. Wait, Carglass interrupted. I never said yes. Then are you willing to stay in Tonagel for the rest of your life? Are you willing to miss this era? Are you willing to become a lord in the countryside and an old man in the end? Why does it sound like you're cursing my father? Carglass frowned. He did not act like a captive, but more like a guest of Brando's. But why should I believe you? I'll give you a chance to try. But once you've boarded a pirate ship, it won't be so easy to get off. I understand, the young man said warily. If you want to persuade me, you have to let me see some benefits. If I fall for your trick without risking anything, won't I seem a little too incompetent? When the young man said this, he was already moved. He was born to be a restless person. Whether it was relying on the princess or following this young man, he only hoped that he would not be like his father and live an ordinary life. The boldness in Brando's words made him feel that this young man might be able to fulfill his dream. He thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Who are you, and what do you want to do?" The courtyard fell into a dead silence. Even Coden felt that this question was a little abrupt. But Brando replied, "I've already told you who I am. As for what I want to do," Carglass smiled. His smile was a little meaningful under the rare sunshine of the winter afternoon. "If I say that I want to grab Duke Orek's beard and give him a good beating, then go to Madara to settle my debt, would you believe me?" Carglass was stunned for a moment, then the young man's eyes lit up. He nodded fiercely. Good idea. Coden looked at the two lunatics and finally felt that he was getting old. Back when he was with Tobbs, he was also fearless. Their regiment was like the demons of the November War, causing all the enemies on the battlefield to tremble in fear. However, the times were different, and the present was different from the past. The old swordsman looked at the youth's eager face and hurriedly dragged him to the side. He whispered to him, "Are you crazy, Brendel? He's Lord Maxon's son. If you kidnap him, that stubborn old man will fight you to the death. You better think twice." "Fight me to the death?" Brando was both angry and amused. "Wait until he gets out of my dungeon first." "You're not going to let him out?" Coden suddenly felt that this young man was a little too much. On the one hand, he had kidnapped the son of a noble who had painstakingly raised for more than 10 years, and on the other hand, he was going to lock him up in the dungeon. "Why don't you ask him if he's going to let Lord Maxon out?" Brando pointed at Carglass. Coden looked back at Carglass and shook his head. If Lord Maxon knew that his son had been betrayed, he would probably beat him to death. If Brendel told him to slow down this matter, he would definitely raise both hands in agreement. Young people these days. Coden looked at Brando helplessly. "All right, don't worry. I'll take good care of Lord Maxon. I have high hopes for Carglass. He'll definitely have great achievements in the future." Coden shook his head. "Brando, is what you said before true?" "What?" "Don't play dumb," Coden said fiercely. "I'm talking about the princess. It's fake." Scram. Coden kicked at Brando, but he was already prepared and dodged. He smiled and shook his head. "Master Coden, even if it's true, it's still a secret." "How could I say it so casually?" Coden was stunned, but he quickly thought that it was possible. But this young man had done too many things that were both true and false. Coden could not completely trust him and could only suppress his suspicions. Brendel looked at the old swordsman and interrupted his thoughts. "Old man, are you interested in going on a trip? Traveling?" Coden was stunned and looked at the young man strangely. What was he up to this time? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 357. While Coden was puzzled by Brando's strange suggestion, Amandina and Scarlet had arrived at an abandoned manor near Abby's. The two ladies' carriage entered the depths of the manor and were received by a few mercenaries who had been waiting for them. The moment they got off the carriage, they saw a group of rowdy youths not far away. The manor had been renovated nearly a month ago. The abandoned broken walls were refurbished with wooden walls. Now, the size of the manor was much larger than before. Red pines were planted on the periphery, and in the coming year, it would grow into a lush green area, enough to cover all the scenery in the manor. There were hidden sentries in the pines, and they could support each other on the wooden walls. The defense here was tight, and it was Brando's secret camp. It was also the training camp for the future White Lion infantry. The manor was divided into two parts. The southeast quarter was provided to Brando's mercenaries and adventurers as dormitories. These people would protect the manor and maintain order before the first batch of White Lion infantry matured. In the future, Brando would either merge them into the new army or transfer them to other places. However, this depended on how loyal Cornelius was to the group. The person in charge of this place was the handsome middle-aged mercenary leader with silver hair. Cornelius was originally suspicious of Brando's decision to transfer him out of Abby's, but after understanding the importance of this place to Brando's group, he quickly realized that it was not a matter of estrangement, but of an important position. The regiment commander immediately became proactive and organized the camp's affairs in an orderly manner. Brando was a good judge of character. Cornelius was mediocre when it came to commanding, but this meticulous man had an unparalleled talent when it came to logistics. This could be seen from the current order of the camp. Everything was in order, and the sentinels in charge of guarding the camp did not have any bad habits left over from the past, although they were either mercenaries or adventurers a month ago. Of course, there were unavoidable exceptions. Amandina got off the carriage and stood under the shade of a mangrove tree. Scarlet, who was responsible for her safety, stood silently by the side. The tree beside them was a common evergreen tree in Tonajal. This evergreen tree would dye the area dark green even in winter. Amandina stood under the shade of the tree and looked at the noisy scene not far away. There were about 60 youths there. The mercenaries were maintaining order in the field, but most of the youths were picked from the locals and had not seen much of the world. When they saw a carriage stop under the shade of the tree, and a noble lady came down from it, they immediately became restless. "Look, there's a noble lady over there. Why would a noble lady show her face in this place? Is she the Lord's daughter? My lord is young, I've seen him before. Then she must be his fiancée. That's possible." Amandina couldn't help but overhear the whispers. She listened quietly, then turned to look at Scarlet. "What's wrong?" The girl swayed her red ponytail and looked back at Amandina with a slightly startled expression. "Nothing." Amandina replied and turned back to look at the youths. She looked at the youths. This was one of the Lord's plans. The formation of the White Lion Legion was on Tonajal's agenda from the beginning, but building a powerful legion was not done overnight. Brando planned to train a group of youths to be the backbone of the White Lion Legion in the future. They would be officers, but also his personal night guards. Most of these youths came from the nearby areas. They were the sons of farmers, craftsmen, or small merchants. Some came from the manors, the descendants of nobles, mercenaries, and adventurers. But they had one thing in common. They were all less than 20 years old, and some were even teenagers. They were like a piece of white paper, full of plasticity. They stood there, whispering and discussing with each other. They were uneasy and curious about the future. They had only been here for 3 or 4 days, and had only undergone simple training. Perhaps they had already been whipped by the mercenaries to remind them of the importance of discipline, but it was inevitable that they had a youthful immaturity and restlessness. Only a few young men who came from mercenaries or aristocratic families were slightly more composed. They stood out from the rest of the crowd and easily attracted the attention of the young ladies of the noble families. "Who are these people?" she asked. "They are the children of the nearby manors." The mercenary next to her replied. "Children of the manors?" Amandina was puzzled. The children of the manors were the descendants of nobles, so why would they come here? They snuck out. So they are the children of nobles who are looking for excitement. Amandina looked at the youths. "Have you investigated them?" Her words were unnecessary. Since they were here, they had no choice but to be sent to the Black Forest. No matter what kind of mentality they had, they would be sent to the Black Forest. Amandina could only hope that these youths would not regret their choice. She took out the pocket watch from her bosom. This pocket watch was given to her by Brendel. Even though it was just a cheap silver-plated pocket watch, she had always used it carefully and treated it like a treasure. She did not plan to change it again. She opened the watch and saw that it was almost 11:00 in the morning. She looked up and saw a mercenary running towards her from the field. The mercenary stopped in front of her and saluted her with one hand on his chest. "It's almost time, miss," he replied. Amandina nodded. The mercenary bowed to her again and ran back. Amandina took a deep breath and blinked her eyes. She saw 4 large carts coming in from the other side of the clearing. Of course, these carriages were different from the 4-wheeled carriages used by the nobles. Compared to those exquisite handicraft-like things, these carriages were more like large, inferior products. Originally, these caravans were used by merchants and farmers to transport goods. However, the mercenaries did not care about their use. They numbered the youths and gave them a number plate. The number plates were made by Brando based on the Shaflund silver mine. They were also made of wood, but under the rough workmanship were Tamar's magic imprints. They could be identified through a red crystal that was imprinted with detection magic. These crystals were in the hands of the people in charge of this project, but other than Brando's crystal that was permanent, the others had to be replaced regularly. After the youths got on the carts, the clearing became quiet. It was as if the discussions before were just an illusion. Amandina let out a sigh of relief. She watched the last person get on the carts and turned to Scarlet. "Let's get on as well." "Aren't we going with them?" Scarlet asked. "We're going to the other side." Amandina turned around and walked towards the carts. "Our lord's whereabouts are a secret. We can't let others see our carts." The red-haired girl nodded. She took a closer look at Amandina and felt a little admiration for her meticulousness. "Do you want to go?" She followed Amandina and asked behind her back. "What is it?" "The dark forest." Amandina stopped, but this time she did not answer. At the border of the dark forest, Brando walked down from the carts and felt the lazy afternoon sun. He could not help but stretch his body. He raised his head and watched as the rays of the sun shone through the rows of black pine trees, forming a dazzling halo. The sparse sunlight in the forest fell on the grass. Then he heard a grumble behind him. "I knew you were up to no good." Brando turned around and saw Coden jump down from the carts with a gloomy expression. Ever since the old man left Schaflund, he was dressed in military attire. He had a long sword, a dagger, a short bow, and a quiver of arrows. He looked more like an adventurer than a traveler. He took a deep breath. Even though the dark forest was filled with danger, the air was refreshing. Even though the air was cold and damp, it had the freshness of the vegetation. Coden lowered his head and saw that his boots had landed on a thick layer of grass. He stomped his feet, causing the pests to scatter in all directions. Centipedes, scorpions. Coden shook his head. "This place is really cursed. I heard that you fought outside the borders of civilization during the November War." Brando turned around and asked. "Don't even talk about that." Coden did not want to think about it. The November War was so fierce that they had to retreat into the dark forest to fight. It was also the only time after the New Age that the commanders had to recklessly devise a strategy. Both sides of the war were in a frenzy, like two dying beasts clawing at each other's throats, but no one could kill the other first. The brutality of the war was beyond the imagination of the later generations. In a battle, there were often only a few dozen people left in the organized army. Sometimes, only a few people survived. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood could be seen on the battlefield. It was common for dozens of miles of land to be covered with corpses. It was a hellish scene in most cold weapons battles. Brando understood and did not mention it again. Carglass, however, was the third to jump out of the carriage. The young man was the last to alight. He grabbed Mordenkainen off the coachman's seat and dragged the poor elementalist a short distance into the forest. "Let me go." The man who had the duck as his familiar protested loudly. However, in terms of strength, he was no match for a swordsman of a higher rank. Carglass ignored the man and looked around. He took a deep breath and asked, "Is this the dark forest?" "What? You're not satisfied?" Coden turned around. "It looks similar to the forest in Harrigal Mountain." Carglass stared curiously into the depths of the forest. It was as dark as an oil painting. "Humph, I hope you don't regret it." "Regret?" Carglass shook his head and grinned. "I did at first, but now I don't regret it at all. Why didn't I think of going into the dark forest for an adventure?" "That's because you were just a little lunatic. You haven't met a big lunatic yet." Coden looked at Brando and complained in his mind. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidien.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 358. That's because you're just a little lunatic. You haven't met a big lunatic yet. Coden glanced at Brando and cursed in his mind. But the old swordsman still turned to look at Brendel and asked, "All right, where are the boys that you mentioned that need to be taken care of?" Brando smiled. The reason why he asked Coden to come out was simple. He wanted to use this opportunity to train the young lads. The Black Forest was full of dangers, and it was the best place to train them. With the young lads by his side, it would be beneficial for him to pass on his ideas to them. But the problem was that the dangers in the Black Forest were unpredictable. It was not easy to protect the young lads that he had painstakingly trained. Brando could not do it alone. He needed manpower. The Shire, Medisha, and Scarlet were all gold-ranked warriors. The 12 mercenaries of Lopez were also at the peak of silver-ranked, but Brando knew that he could not bring anyone else with him. The current situation in the ABs did not allow him to mobilize too much of his forces. If not for the fact that Scarlet could not be too far away from him for too long, he would not even want to bring the red-haired girl with him. Because of this, he had to use the excuse of traveling to bring Coden here. His goal was to get the old swordsman to help him. He believed that even though Coden said that he was cautious, he would still help him when the time came. As expected, Coden only hesitated for a moment before agreeing to his conditions. As long as he did not directly oppose Count Randner or become his subordinate, he did not mind coming out to relax. Of course, even so, he would not treat Brando well. "We're almost there," Brando replied. He looked into the distance and saw a black dot appearing in the wilderness outside the forest. The black dot quickly grew bigger and turned into a caravan. 4 large caravans slowly drove into the forest and stopped one by one. The mercenaries in the caravan recognized their lord. They immediately got off the caravan and bowed to Brando. "My lord." "Is everyone here?" Brando asked. "Yes, my lord." "Where's Scarlet?" "Miss Scarlet is also here. She's with Miss Amandina." The mercenary replied with his head bowed respectfully. Brando raised his head and looked at the last caravan. The door opened, and Amandina and Scarlet alighted. But he was surprised to see the wild elf sisters in the caravan as well. They were the last to alight, and the younger sister of the sisters waved her hand when she saw Brando. "My lord." Because the mercenaries of Lopez had been carrying out heavy missions for a long time, this little girl called Tia had not seen Brendel for a long time. She looked especially excited at this time. "Why are they here?" Brendel nodded to the wild elf girl and looked at Amandina inquisitively. Amandina, Amandina, she looked at the 4 caravans in the caravan, as if anything, she would tesses. She raised her head and looked at Brando. "Miss Falerne is here to take care of my lord's daily needs. So she's really going to be my personal maid." Brando almost coughed. He looked at Amandina in surprise. "I don't need a maid." The wild elf's face darkened. She stood behind Amandina and glared at Brando with her emerald green eyes. Her eyes were saying, "Behave yourself, my lord." Brendel was at a loss for words. He did not think about being a maid at all. It was purely because Falerne's job overlapped too much with that job. He thought for a while and changed his words. "What I mean is, I don't need to be taken care of. I'm not one of those people who would open their mouths and stretch out their hands for clothes, but you're the Lord of Tonagel." Amandina said seriously. "That's just a title, Amandina. Isn't it the same in the past?" "The past is the past." Amandina looked at him and said with a hint of reprimand, "You're the Lord of Tonagel now. How can you not have a maid?" She glanced at Brando from the corner of her eyes. "You wouldn't want the Lord of the Shire to take care of your daily needs, would you, my lord?" Brando finally choked on his words. He shuddered at the thought of that scene. He looked at Falerne. In fact, Amandina had been instructing Falerne to do this kind of work for him. He was used to it even if he was not used to it. In the end, he raised his hands in surrender. "This girl is not bad," Coden said to Brando as he looked at Amandina from the side. "She's a noble's daughter, and she's beautiful. Your grandfather will be satisfied with her." "What do you mean?" Brando glanced at the old man who wanted to stir up trouble. "What?" Coden seemed to have realized something and said with a smile, "You're not satisfied? Then I'll introduce her to Carglass. After all, he's going to be your assistant in the future, and he's going to have the same rotten taste as you." Brando coughed and looked at Amandina. "Stop talking nonsense," he replied. Lecherous thoughts but no guts. You're not as good as your grandfather in this regard, little guy. This time, Coden wasn't angry at all. The old man patted him on the shoulder and walked away with a victorious look on his face. He was in a good mood. It was rare for him to catch Brando's sore spot. Brendel turned back to look at Amandina, and her face flushed red. She lowered her head and whispered, "Prepare yourself, my lord. Time is limited. You're going back alone?" After Coden's reminder, for the first time, Brendel felt that this noble lady who always went against him was actually a little cute. Amandina nodded her head. "It's too dangerous." Brando shook his head. "'Cause she wants to go with my lord." Amandina originally thought that it would be better if fewer people knew about Brando entering the dark forest. Moreover, the journey from the border of the dark forest to Abes was not long, and the territory of Abes was under the control of the mercenaries. She did not think that there would be any problems. "I mean, you should come with us," Brando replied. "Ah." Amandina let out a low cry. Because of her own abilities, Brando almost never brought her along when he went out. Amandina felt a little regretful about this, but she knew where her abilities were and did not think too much about it. However, Brando's sudden request was far beyond her expectations. She knew what kind of place the dark forest was, and she would only be a burden if she went. I don't think it's a good idea." Amandina wanted to refuse, but there was a small voice in her heart that told her to agree. The thought of being able to travel and adventure with this young lord made her a little hesitant. It was as if she had returned to the days before. Amandina, who had always been calm and rational, was a little hesitant. But Brando did not come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He had Keshi bring Amandina over for a reason. He would have many things to do in the future, and he could not stay in the territory all the time. Amandina would be his first assistant in the future, and she would be the first to take over Valhalla. It was important to maintain the territory's normal operations, so he had to let her familiarize herself with the territory. Valhalla was different from ordinary territories. Once it awakened, the shock it would bring to mortals would be enormous. In order to accept this shock in the shortest amount of time, the fastest way was to have someone personally activate it and experience the awakening process together with it. "It's fine, this is actually part of the plan," Brando replied, "but this plan is not irreplaceable. The dark forest is very dangerous, so I'll leave the choice to you." "What about the Roman lady?" Amandina frowned and hesitated. "If I'm not here, no one will be able to watch over her." "Don't worry." Brando did not expect her to be worried about this, but he shook his head. She won't do anything rash." Amandina was surprised. She had been in the Abes for several months, and there was not a day when the merchant lady did not encounter some small trouble. The Roman's muddle-headedness made her wonder how the merchant lady survived for more than 10 years. Because of this, she had even revered Roman's aunt for a time, wondering what kind of outstanding woman could have taught this guy to be so obedient. But Brando knew that in his absence, the little fellow would be more obedient than anyone else. Because only he could see clearly that little Roman's actions were nothing more than to attract his attention, just like the little tricks animals use to attract their mates. Even though the merchant lady was muddle-headed, she was naturally clever, and it was because of this that Brando found her cute. "So what?" he asked. Amandina paused for a moment, and seemed to understand this point. She thought for a moment and blurted out, "Of course I'm willing." Amandina immediately coughed lightly. "I mean, I'm not afraid of danger if I work for my lord." Brando smiled faintly. "Thank you." He immediately pointed at Tia, who was curiously looking at the grass and trees in the forest. "Then what's the situation with this young lady?" He thought that it was understandable for a sister to come and take care of his daily life. Moreover, he might be able to obtain unexpected rewards if he brought along a lucky girl. But what's with this little sister? Could it be that Amandina knows the legendary buy one get one free? Buy a maid and get a lowly for free. If that's the case, this business can be done. She came at Master Tamar's request. Amandina answered. Brando finally remembered that this little loli was Master Tamar's assistant. But why did Tamar ask her to come? Wait, he suddenly thought of a question. She's here to collect materials? Amandina nodded her head. P.S. It's a little late, sorry. Also, in the future, I won't change the number of chapters for the first, second, and third chapters of the same title. Chapter 359. Brando understood Tamar's thoughts. The dark forest was a barren land that had never been reclaimed. Humans rarely set foot in this place. The laws that were affected by chaos would be reset every once in a while. The forest was grotesque and variegated. Buried beneath the surface of the ground were treasures that humans could never imagine. Due to the influence of the moon of Mana, not only were there all kinds of monsters in the forest, even the magical plants were full of vitality. There were even places where magic gathered to form large open mines of magic crystals. Gems flowed in streams, and gold coins gushed out from fountains. These were not just descriptions in poems, but they could also become reality here. The dark forest was not only a forbidden area for civilization, but also an unknown treasure trove in the eyes of humans. However, after the Second Holy War, many races on the continent had lost their strength due to internal strife. The glorious scene of night entering the dark forest could not be seen again. However, the bizarre legends of history had survived. Legend had it that the forest was rich in rare materials. The river flowing with moonlight could bring the dead back to life. The red veins beneath the earth hid the blood of sages that could turn steel into gold. The dragon's graveyard had dragon bones that were more precious than diamonds. There were also leaves that could create an illusion of paradise if they were burned. These were the greatest treasures in the eyes of alchemists. As long as they could obtain one of these materials, they could create a legendary item that would leave their name in history. Every alchemist yearned for the dark forest, but most who dared to enter the dark forest died in the stomachs of monsters. This was another fact. The dark forest was also a place where monsters gathered the most. Master Tamar could have entrusted this task to me directly. Brando shook his head. Actually, I was careless. I forgot that the dark forest is the treasure trove that every alchemist yearns for. Actually, I think Master Tamar has his own concerns as well. Amandina smiled faintly and replied. What do you mean? You'll know if you ask Diameter. The noble girl rarely kept Brendel in suspense. Brando immediately looked at Falerne. The wild elf elder sister turned her head expressionlessly and shouted to her younger sister, Dia. Sister? The younger sister quickly ran back, but when she saw her elder sister's unfriendly expression, she obediently maintained her distance and asked carefully, Is something the matter, sister? My lord wants to ask you a question. Falerne replied. Sir Lord? Tia turned around and stared at Brando with widened eyes. Her sister was much scarier than this lord. Truth be told, compared to Falerne, she was more willing to get closer to this lord who often told her stories during their travels. In this regard, Falerne was a failure as an older sister. Tia, why did Master Tamar call you here? Brando asked. Collect the materials, my lord. Wasn't that normal? Brando turned around to look at Amandina. Amandina covered her mouth and giggled. She gestured to him with her chin, indicating for him to continue asking. Brando was slightly surprised. He thought for a moment and continued to ask, What materials do you have? That's what Master Tamar said. Tia began to recite, but she was immediately glared at by Falerne. The little girl's head shrank back slightly, and she became much more obedient. She pouted and whispered, It should be easy to find lesser magic crystals in the forest, so we should collect as many as we can. There are moon crystals, gold crystals. There are also magic plants, blood-stained roses, and whiptail flowers. In terms of minerals, it's best if we can find mithril in the open, but sacred silver is also good. There's also frost iron, Nasr ore. I heard that the dark forest has spring water that can preserve eternal youth, archangel's wings, dragon's poem, golden core. Stop, stop, stop. Brando quickly stopped Tia when he saw that she had no intention of finishing. The list of materials was fine at first, but it became more and more ridiculous as it went on. The spring water that could preserve eternal youth was already something that only existed in legends. Archangel's wings, dragon's poem, golden core. These were all divine artifacts. It seemed that Tamar really treated the dark forest as a treasure trove for the dwarves. All he had to do was to move the items out of the dark forest. If it was really that good, the humans would have swarmed into the dark forest a long time ago. Even though the dark forest was filled with countless treasures, it was equally dangerous. The outer regions of the dark forest were less dangerous and less mysterious. However, all kinds of minerals and rare magic plants were also rare. So, the latter part of Tamar's list was obviously just a pipe dream. However, Brando could understand Tamar's thinking. After all, not everyone had the chance to enter the dark forest and come out alive, let alone bring anything out. Staying alive in the dark forest was already a luxury. Not every lord would dare to throw their golden core into the bottomless dark forest. After all, no one knew if they would lose their men and not even be able to find anything. Brando dared to do so because he was familiar with the area north of the Karana Mountains. After all, he was once a player. Only players could risk their lives to explore the dark forest. But after giving it some thought, the young man suddenly had an idea. He was worried about the training plan for his young men. Now that he had Tamar's list, it was simple. He planned to spend most of his time on the road and the rest of the time on the map. Zhang Heng thought that he could divide these people into 3 groups, one for himself, one for Scarlet, and one for Coden. Then, after camping every day, each group would be graded based on their performance and the things they found. This way, not only would there be competition between groups, but it would also foster teamwork between groups. It was a good idea. Brendel made a draft in his mind, then turned around to inspect his men. But before he could do that, he heard a surprised shout, "You're right. You're right. Muriel." Brando recognized Karglai's voice. He turned around and saw the young man dragging the red-robed Mordenkainen through the crowd and striding towards a young man who had just gotten off the carriage. "Karglais? You? Why are you here?" The young man was confused at first. Then, he blinked his eyes and looked at his old friend. Brendel saw that the young man had long blonde hair that was rarely seen here, and his eyes were as blue as the sea. He was wearing a set of Kurlut's travel attire that was similar to Brendel's, and the long sword on his belt had been confiscated. He looked slightly slender and feminine, and stood there like a woman with long hair that reached her shoulders. But even if he was a woman, he was still a rich man's daughter. "I understand now." The young man reacted and opened his mouth slightly in realization. "Your father was defeated. So you came along as well." "Heh," Karglais looked at his old friend and smiled casually. "I thought you weren't here. I didn't think that Lord Maxon would lose even with you around." The young man's blue eyes were filled with worry as he furrowed his brows. "Did you join them, Karglais?" "Yes," Karglais nodded nonchalantly, "but then again, why are you here, Muriel?" Of course, he knew who these young men were, but he was surprised to see his friend here. "I was captured by those mercenaries. I was just passing by with my squire," Muriel blushed. "You snuck out, right?" Karglais saw through his friend's predicament. I didn't." All right, we all know about you. Don't pretend. Don't worry, I'll protect you. But I have to say, you're in big trouble this time. My lady, you're going to the dark forest. Are you ready?" Karglais suddenly showed a gloating expression. "Don't call me that." Muriel suddenly got angry and glared at him, but then her eyes widened. "I'm going to the dark forest? Why else do you think you're here?" Karglais raised his head and looked at the forest. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. This is the border of the dark forest." Muriel's face turned pale and her body swayed, but Karglais quickly caught her. "What are you doing? Isn't it just the dark forest? Besides, I'm still here." He reminded her in a low voice and pointed at the mercenaries around them, indicating that they should not make too big of a commotion. How can I go to the dark forest? Muriel was at a loss. Carglass, you have to help me. No, I think this is an opportunity, Muriel. Carglass shook his head. What opportunity? Muriel was confused. Didn't you always want to get rid of your bastard father? This is an opportunity. I think my new lord won't give in to your father, Carglass smirked. He suddenly felt that this was a good idea. But what can I do here? Muriel still did not understand. Besides, I don't want to go to the dark forest. There are monsters in the dark forest. We will die. Carglass touched his forehead and lowered his voice. My lady, you are a reserve priestess. Do you really need to be so timid? He suddenly realized something and looked around vigilantly. He lowered his voice and whispered something into Muriel's ear. Muriel was puzzled at first, but soon her eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Brando watched as Carglass and the young man walked to the side. Their voices were getting softer and softer until they could no longer be heard. But he did not listen too much. Once they entered the dark forest, these two sneaky fellows would not be able to do anything. He had plenty of time to slowly observe them. But what made Brando curious was that Carglass' friends could only be nobles. The young man's temperament seemed to confirm this point. But why were there nobles among the young men he recruited? Brando was not arrogant enough to think that the nobles and abbeys would support him at this time. Unless they did not want to lose their heads, they would be in big trouble when Count Randner came to settle accounts with them in the future. He turned around and looked at Amandina with a puzzled expression. Who are these people? Nobles. I heard that they are from the manor. You mean there are more than one of them? Brendel felt that the situation was getting more and more strange. He did not want his personal guards to be mixed in with unknown people. Even though the background of the manor's disciples could be considered clean, and perhaps the nobles around Ferber would not support him yet, he believed that it would not be long before that happened. But this situation was still a little strange. Amandina nodded her head. How did they come here? They snuck out. That's what the mercenaries said. Amandina replied, it seems like they came because of your reputation. Your reputation has spread far and wide. Interesting. Brando could not help but touch his cheeks and asked a little shamelessly, am I that famous? Amandina raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 360. Traveling always seemed to be between anticipation and uneasiness. You would be caught in the middle when you were least prepared. The Tower people had a saying, the hardships of traveling can destroy all ambitions. This tribe, which was rich in merchants and adventurers, had a profound understanding of traveling. In the blink of an eye, Brando and his team had been in the Black Forest for a week. Although Coden had suggested that Brando set up camp outside the forest and set off after one night, Brando thought that they did not have time to waste. Besides, he was more experienced than Coden in the Black Forest, so there was no need to waste time. The depths of the Black Forest were like layers of emerald clouds. Supported by the black tree trunks near and far, they covered the sky densely. Light seeped through the gaps between the clouds, dyeing the surroundings green, while the backlit areas were almost inky black. Pillars of light shone in the darkness, and dust rose and fell under the light. Spots of light fell on the knotted roots. Under the roots, the emerald green pool in the forest was calm, and ripples would occasionally appear when a water spider slid across the surface. Light and darkness intertwined, outlining a quiet and strange scene. But it was actually close to evening. Brando was holding a notebook, and on it were various notes that were emitting fluorescent ink. Black Mage, Moonshine, Four-leaf Clover, Witch's Misery. Black Mage symbolized mystery in the secret language of the witches, and was used to extract the state of mind for meditation. Using level 3 alchemy could obtain Breath of Tranquility, which was the main ingredient of meditation incense. Meditation incense was a popular item in the Amber Sword, and it allowed the practice of mystic-type professions to achieve twice the effect with half the effort. Under the shroud of mist in the quiet room, it was easier to understand the mysterious existence in the dark. This was better reflected in the psychic incantation. In the game, it increased the speed of gaining EXP by 5%. As for level 7 alchemy, he could extract one of the lowest level 2 materials in the amber sword, a product called mysterious essence. It could be consumed directly to increase one's bloodline, but it could only be used once. Moonshine was a mage's flower, which nurtured mana. Consuming it directly would restore about 1 mana. However, after level 5 alchemy extraction, pure mana water could be obtained. Together with the bottle, it would be a beginner mana potion. 4-leaf clover represented luck. It was rare in the wild, but not rare in the Black Forest. This plant could be used in almost all magic potions to increase the success rate. However, Brando knew of a unique method that could be used to extract the essence of luck using level 8 alchemy. It could be used in all kinds of alchemy, including forging and the creation of magic arrays. The witch's pain was probably the material of some kind of poison, the agony poison. This kind of poison with a distinct smell was inferior in the eyes of the nobles who were good at scheming. It was worthless. However, that was not how it was actually used. The cultists used it as a dual element of suffering and poison to summon beings from the lower realms. The infernal demon's lord of suffering, or the queen of malice. The witch's bitter plant was strictly prohibited by the rules of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but these rules couldn't stop those who really knew the value of this plant, the disciples of the Black Flames and the Sheepshead disciples. They were willing to pay a high price or even murder to get this plant from others. Of course, Brando was not necessarily afraid, so he kept this plant. These were the results of more than 40 young men under him this week. In fact, these young men had nothing in the first 3 days of entering the Black Forest and complained incessantly. However, Brando naturally didn't let them go on an excursion. As long as someone slacked off, there would naturally be mercenaries who would mercilessly drive them forward with a whip. Every day at dawn, the young men would be awakened by the mercenaries. Some of them tossed and turned in the cold and damp environment of the forest, unable to fall asleep, and might have just fallen asleep. However, the training schedule didn't care so much. Even if they dragged their tired bodies, they had to complete their daily homework. The content of the training was actually not complicated. In addition to the necessary hurrying, there was also group fighting, and some swordsmanship and fighting skills. Then, every evening before the camp, they would collect materials for Tamar. Of course, it was called cooperation. Survival training was also a very important part of the training. After a week, the number of materials recorded in the notebook had increased, and the value of the materials had obviously begun to increase. This meant that they were leaving the border of the Black Forest and entering the outskirts of the wilderness. Brando finished recording the second group's harvest and used a quill pen to mark a point on the parchment to indicate that the recording was complete. The 60 young men were divided into 6 groups, and each group was appointed a leader. The leader of the second group was a young man named Mars, who came from Fern's mercenary group. He was a lower iron-ranked expert, serious in handling matters, and had strong organizational skills. However, he was a little rigid. But rigidity wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Brando raised his head and glanced at Carglass, who was not far away. The young man was leaning against a tree and wiping his long sword. This sword was a bit like the commanding sword of the year 377 before the November War. The sword had a wavy handle and the style of the sword leaned towards lightness. Brando liked this style very much, so the swords that were distributed to the young men were also of this design. The sword was the work of Master Bosley, so the quality was not a problem. Brando's design was obviously a success. The young men, regardless of whether they had used a sword before or not, loved the sword very much. This was far beyond the young man's expectations. However, he reacted quickly and immediately took the opportunity to elevate the sword to a symbol of honor. He told the young men that the sword was the symbol of the White Lion Guards. As long as he was a member of the White Lion Guards, he would have to live with this symbol of honor and the beliefs that the sword represented. The young men had privately asked Brando what the sword represented. Brando thought for a moment and replied, bravery, pioneering, and unyielding, a sword that symbolizes integrity. This statement was widely accepted by the young men who worshipped knight and romance. Brando thought for a moment and recovered from this memory. He turned a page and gently moved the quill pen in his hand. On the upper right corner of the next page, he wrote, 16th day of the month of slumber, clear. The black forest began to become dense. Sometimes we passed through places where not a trace of light could be seen even in the daytime. The treetops were filled with huge spider webs and fist-sized cocoons. Moths and polypods were densely packed on the tree trunks in the darkness. Strange thorns began to appear in the forest, such as the witch's pane. This means that the team is gradually leaving the forest border area. We saw traces of monsters for the first time in the whole day. From the shape and the traces left behind, it should be black wolves. At this point, the young man's quill stopped, and the tip of the quill gently left the paper. Magical creatures were a reflection of the distortion of magic power in the prime material plane. They were divided into several categories, including ferocious beasts, corrosive creatures, warp creatures, shadow beasts, abominations, gods and demons, or nightmares. Black wolves were a type of shadow beasts. Shadow beasts were relatively low-level monsters, but even these low-level monsters could reach as high as level 25. The black wolf had a pitch-black body, blood-red pupils, and white dagger-shaped fangs. It was difficult for physical damage to deal with it in battle because the wounds of shadow creatures healed very quickly. However, its fangs could easily pierce through any kind of armor with an armor level lower than 2. In other words, there was no armor below plate armor that could withstand a blow from these monsters. Even plate armor could only rely on the chest and back plate, which had the highest defense, to barely withstand a blow. However, Brando did not announce this news. The Guardians tacitly chose to remain silent. They wanted to see how the young men would react to a sudden attack after a week of training, especially combat training. As for the danger, it was negligible. In front of any gold-ranked existence, these black wolves were no different from the most docile puppies. This is the 7th day in the forest, Brando. He finished writing this paragraph and looked around. The forest was not a peaceful scene. The young men were divided into 6 groups and fighting 12 stone leopards created by the Halran Gaia. The 6 obsidian leopards were either squatting or lying on their stomachs not far away, lazily watching the battle. They covered their noses with their paws and squinted their eyes. They did not seem to be interested in the battle between their own kind. They did not understand why the humans were fighting so happily. Their own kind obviously did not use their full strength. They looked left and right, thinking that if they were in the battle, they would have bitten off someone's neck. Of course, the young men did not seem to realize that these seemingly docile cats were interested in their necks. Otherwise, they would have shuddered. But at this moment, they felt even more uneasy when they saw Scarlet, Coden, and Gaspard standing at the side. The captain of the security cavalry was the commander of the mercenaries. It could be said that the mercenaries' duties were the heaviest. Other than supervising, they also had to act as protectors. At least when they first entered the forest, the mercenaries had seen the young men trying to sleep on the wet ground more than once. They were responsible for patrolling at night, kicking the young men up with their boots and lifting their blankets to show them the centipedes and venomous snakes that were as thick as an arm. Needless to say, this method was very effective. Many of the young men were scared out of their wits, and after that, they obeyed the orders of the mercenaries. However, Gaspard now had another job, which was to score the young men's performance in the battle. The group with the lowest score would be sent on a 3-mile cross-country trip. 3 miles was nothing in the plains, but in the Black Forest, it could be fatal. Leaving in the evening, sometimes you would not be able to return until midnight. As for dinner, you would have to hope that your companions would leave something for you. Of course, there was usually no hope. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 361. 3 miles was nothing on the plains, but in the Black Forest, it could cost a man his life. Leaving in the evening would sometimes take him until midnight. As for dinner, he could only hope that his companions would leave something for him to eat. Of course, there was no hope. The 3 judges were also a little distracted. Even Gaspard could see that these young people did not perform well, let alone Scarlet and Coden. In Coden's eyes, these young people were like children in a fight. They lacked tactics and were not organized. In short, Coden could only say one thing: they were still far from it. Brando shook his head, but he knew that this was not something that could be rushed. At least these young men were much better than before. At first, they did not even dare to fight with the stone leopards. They had to rely on the mercenaries' boots to guide them forward. After a while, they were able to hold off the stone leopards for a while. Now, they could fight for at least 10 minutes. Their progress was fast. The Black Forest was indeed a good place to train people. He looked at them for a while and turned back to the other side of the forest. The Druids' camp was in that direction. Those guys who played with tree bark were as unsociable as ever. They met up with Brando on the second day after he entered the forest. There were 7 of them, including the Grey Raven Archdruid. Although the Druids were eccentric, Brando still admired them. At least they kept their word. This time, the Druids brought over 100 young men, including 10 elders, to assist in the defense of Abes. They also promised Brando that they would help Tonajel with the agricultural work in the coming year. Brando did not know how many Druids there were in the forest, but judging from the fact that the Archdruid promised to send over 300 of them to Abes, there should be a lot of them. These people would be a great help to him. The Druids were very good at building a city's defense. They planted thorny walls under the city walls, reinforced them with vines, and also had a bomb fruit and spells like quicksand. It could be said that 100 Druids were more useful than an entire army in a defensive battle. However, Brando could see that the Druids were still wary of him. At least this time, the Druids were all nature manipulation sorcerers. They should be from the outer circle of the Thorn Circle. None of them were from the Beast Spirit Circle, which worshipped the spirit of nature. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. Ordinary people might not be able to see the difference, but he was very clear. Among the 12 outer circles of the Druids, the Circle of Flame, the Circle of Storm, and the Circle of Beast Spirit were the 3 with the strongest offensive abilities. The Circle of Thorns, on the other hand, was quite proficient in defensive spells. Thus, the intentions of the Druids were clear. But he was not in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future. He closed the travel journal and put away the quill. Then, he took out a pale yellow leaf from his pouch. This was the evening primrose. These low-level materials were easily available in the Black Forest, and Brando could use them to practice alchemy. As described before, in the Amber Sword, civilians could raise their alchemy to level 5, while nobles could raise their alchemy to level 7. In fact, ever since he received the Princess Regent's reply, Brando's status on the interface had changed from civilian to noble, and even a lord. A lord could even raise his alchemy to level 8. Unfortunately, this status came a little late, because before that, Brando had already reached the level of an elementalist. An elementalist was the main profession of a mystic profession. Under this profession, alchemy could be raised to level 10, which was far beyond the status of an ordinary noble. Brando held the evening primrose in his palm. The shape of this evening primrose was rare, and the glossy color was far better than the same species that grew in other areas. Although the Black Forest was dangerous, it was worthy of being called the treasure trove of alchemists. Then, the young man slightly moved his mind, and a scarlet magic circle immediately appeared in his palm. After a few days of practice, and after wasting countless materials, Brando was now very proficient in blood refining. Although this thing could still be used to simply extract materials or synthesize some small things, at least Brando did not have to draw a magic circle on the ground in advance and make a cut on his hand to bleed. Not to mention the convenience, just the time saved was immeasurable. But, except for those monsters hiding in the dark, he was probably the only one who dared to use a forbidden spell so blatantly. When the scarlet magic circle became obvious, the evening primrose began to vaporize in his palm, and then a drop of crystal clear water was left. But it was not a drop of water, but a droplet-shaped crystal. Magic essence. Dissolve 10 units of this thing in water, and it could make a bottle of lesser magic potion. This thing seemed simple, but in fact, it required the support of at least level 5 alchemy. In the amber sword, this was probably the best alchemy product that a commoner could make in their lifetime. Of course, if you could stand out from the ordinary and become an alchemist, it would be a different story. A low-level alchemist apprentice could raise their alchemy to level 8, the same as a lord, and after becoming an official alchemist, they could raise their alchemy to level 15. After level 15, they would reach the peak of the master realm, and they would no longer be calculated according to the usual channels of skill EXP. After Brendel finished refining the mana essence, he extracted the luck essence from the 4-leaf alfalfa a few more times. Unfortunately, the cost of using high-level techniques at a low alchemy level was huge. After failing 6 times in a row, he barely succeeded once by relying on luck. But this time, he did not get a finished product, but something called incomplete luck aura. Brando put the cloud of mist into a bottle, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw Falerne looking at him with a displeased expression. Refining the luck essence required 10 pieces of 4-leaf alfalfa. Even though they were common in the dark forest, it took a lot of effort to find them in a large field of alfalfa. Apparently, even the wild elf girl could not stand Brando's prodigal behavior. "My lord," the wild elf sister calmly warned him, "we wild elves have a saying, before you learn to run, it is best to learn to walk." Brando thought that the humans also had this saying, but he could not wait to level up his skills so slowly. If he had used the skill EXP earlier, he could have directly increased his alchemy to level 10, but now he looked at the empty skill EXP column and could only sigh. He had no choice but to use this stupid method. Of course, in the past few months, the young man had continuously obtained the elite template, entered the gold realm, and became a level 20 elementalist. It seemed that he should have a lot of free skill EXP, but in reality, that was not the case. Sometimes, plans could not keep up with changes. When Brando left the Schaflund's silver mine, he released the female knight Orthlis's spirit seal from the supposedly authentic ring of the Wind Empress. After that, he got an opportunity. An opportunity to increase the level of Erwin's military swordsmanship to level 15. Of course, Brando could not refuse such a good opportunity, because after reaching the peak of the master level, the benefits of leveling up a skill were earth-shattering. In fact, the skills in the Amber Sword were set in such a way. In the first 5 levels, if the benefits of leveling up a character were about 1, then after reaching level 5 or higher and entering the expert level, the benefits of leveling up a character were about 2 to 3. After level 10, it was called the master level, and the benefits of leveling up in the master level were at least 5. However, the skill experience required to reach level 5 was 10 times that of the previous 10 levels, and the master level also had requirements for the profession. Skills that were not of the profession could never reach the master level. As for the formula for leveling up after level 15, no one had calculated in detail, because different professions and skills had different benefits, but it could be concluded that it was between 15 to 20. In other words, after reaching the peak of the master level, the benefits of leveling up a skill were almost 3 times that of leveling up a skill at the master level. The gap was shocking. Unfortunately, when a skill reached the master level, the channel for investing experience in the skill would turn gray, and from then on, the skill could only be leveled up through practice and inspiration. As for the probability, most of it depended on one's face, or one's understanding of the skill. A level 16 skill was called the Realm of Creation, which meant that it contained a character's unique understanding and pioneering experience of the skill. Under normal circumstances, if a character could invest a skill to level 16, it would be their core skill. And if a character could invest a skill to level 17, then they could indeed be called a grandmaster in this field. Whether it was an NPC or a player, they could at least leave their name in history. As for level 18 and level 19, at least Brando had only heard of them, but never seen them. Although players often joked that perhaps with the upgrade of the Amber Sword, the average level of the players would continue to increase, and maybe in the future there would be level 20 and 30 skills called the Realm of Gods, but Brando also knew that it was just a beautiful dream. Brando didn't even think about leveling up to level 16 for the time being. His Erewhon military swordsmanship was stuck at level 13, and every level after that required nearly 500 skill experience, which was a huge expense. Before he considered the future path of training, he wouldn't be so extravagant as to invest the experience. However, since the appearance of the soul-sealed knight Orthless, things seemed to have taken a turn for the better. After the female knight imparted some of her personal swordsmanship insights to Brando, he received a system prompt, Erewhon military swordsmanship additional level unlocked. P.S. Let's count the votes, students, the awesome content is coming soon. You've been working hard this month, rolling on the ground begging for votes. Also, do you think there will be an explosion at the end of the month? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 362. Erewhon military swordsmanship level up. Of course, the young man understood what it meant. It meant that he could add another level of experience after reaching the peak of master. This way, Erewhon military swordsmanship would be able to reach level 16 steadily. However, from level 13 to 15, Erewhon military swordsmanship only required 2,000 experience points, but from level 15 to 16, it required 5,000 experience points. That was almost all of Brando's free experience points. He had happily chosen the 16 volumes of Erewhon military swordsmanship, but he soon had to face the consequences. Now, he had no experience points and had to rely on skill proficiency to level up. Fortunately, the Dark Forest was rich in materials, and using high-leveled alchemy skills to increase one's proficiency in alchemy was very effective. After obtaining the incomplete Aura of Luck, Brendel saw that his alchemy level had increased by a small notch and steadily reached level 7. At level 7, he had mastered advanced potioneering and synthesis circles. Advanced potioneering was the basic technique of making alchemy potions, and alchemy was one of the advanced potions. Its effects were powerful, but its materials were also rare. Brando looked at the young men not far away. He had a few potions that could increase their strength, and some were even useful for himself. For example, the potion that increased the capacity of the fire element pool by 5 slots. It was a pity that he lacked the main ingredients. If only I had dragon blood moss, Brando muttered to himself. What's that? Falern asked. Legend has it that where the giant dragon fell, red blood with a foul stench overflowed and eventually flowed into an ancient pool. Beside the pool grew a thick layer of bright red moss, which was the dragon blood moss. Dragon blood moss can be used to make dragon strength potions, Brando replied. Falern understood. The dragon strength potion was as famous as the dragon itself, especially for warriors. It could increase a person's physical strength, and it was equivalent to 2 to 3 years of physical training for a normal person. Of course, she didn't know that according to Brando, the dragon strength potion could directly increase strength and constitution by 5 energy ranks. It could allow a normal person to enter the Iron Realm in an instant. This was something that was commonly used to train armies, and even the nobles were eager to get their hands on it. Its price in the black market was very high, and each bottle was worth about 10,000 Tor coins. In fact, it was not worth it to use 10,000 Tor to train an iron-ranked soldier, but considering the time saved, the dragon's strength potion was indeed worth the price. However, Brando did not intend to make a fortune out of it. First of all, the south of Erewhon, including the Black Forest, did not produce dragon blood moss. Secondly, the mana tide was coming soon. When that happened, all kinds of potions and magical items would plummet in price. He would only be asking for trouble if he interfered with the business of these things. Brando even warned the Roman lady not to pay attention to any magic-related goods. But he did not expect the merchant lady to know about the mana tide. What made Brando relieved was that she did not know that the mana tide was coming. Otherwise, he would have doubted the identity of her aunt. My lord knows how to make that kind of thing? Falerne asked. Level 7 alchemy, just enough to pass the threshold, but the success rate will not be high. Brando looked in the direction where the young men had defeated the 12 stone leopards. They were given a short break, but soon, Falerne and Coden were going to teach them something new. The old swordsman was mainly responsible for explaining the key points of Erwin's military swordsmanship, while Scarlet was more direct. She directly defeated the two groups she was in charge of and let the young men experience what they were lacking. Level 7 alchemy? Falerne frowned as she listened. She wondered if the students of wizards were all so strange. But Brendel was her lord, and she would not say it out loud. I meant this level of alchemy. Brando seemed to be used to correcting himself, and he changed his words without a trace. In my hometown, there are not many people who know how to make this kind of thing. Falerne frowned. The dragon strength potion can be sold for more than 3,000 Lopez gold coins in the auction house. The most we mercenaries can do is look at it. 3,000 Lopez gold coins were worth more than 15,000 Tor coins. But I really want to hear the stories of your adventures. Brendel sighed at the high prices of Lopez as a trading port and replied casually. My lord, you know it's fake. It's just a memory that has been created. But it can also be said that it's real. The memories of thousands of Lopez mercenaries have been gathered together, but they have formed a unique one, and that is you. You are real in my heart. The young man turned around and looked at the expressionless maid. Thank you, my lord. Falerne replied lightly, we adventure to make money and improve ourselves. But the money we earn as mercenaries is not enough to afford these luxuries. Actually, the dragon strength potion is not a high-grade potion. Brando replied. But he knew that the wild elf girl was telling the truth. Although the dragon strength potion was not a high-grade potion, Brando only knew that in this era of the Amber Sword, a dragon strength potion recipe was worth at least 3 million Tor coins. This was the first chapter of the game, the Empire of Birth. There were still 5 years before the second chapter, War and Chaos. It was the last period of time before the most powerful magic tide in history. In the game, this period of time was called the Age of Withered Magic. But it was not far away. Falerne looked at him and did not say anything. If we want to buy a suitable weapon, we have to think about it over and over again. Our armor is sewn and mended by ourselves. Then she continued to answer, her eyes quietly looking ahead. The life of a mercenary is very tough. We lick the blood on our blades, but we don't necessarily lead a drunken life. Everyone is. Brando replied. Be it nobles, kings, or merchants, no one has the right to be superior to others on this scale just because of their high status or wealth. No one can be satisfied for a long time. Happiness is only temporary. Pain and sorrow accompany a person for a lifetime. Neither of them continued. They both had their own answers to what life was for. At this time, Brando heard heavy footsteps behind him. Then he turned around and saw the huge figure of the Fireclaw lizard man Lord Ropar looming behind a mangrove tree. Its dark red skin and mottled dark scales were no different from the surrounding mangrove bark, forming a natural cover. But Brando saw the look in the lizardman's pale yellow prismatic eyes. It was a look of vigilance with a hint of inquiry. The young man was startled and asked, "What's the matter, Ropar?" Brando summoned the lizard man Lord on the second day after entering the forest. It was not easy to explain why this thing was left in the territory, so it was better to keep it by his side for the time being. Not only did he summon Ropar, he also summoned the Fireclaw spearmen. A squadron of 30 of them. Originally, they were only at the peak of black iron, but when Ropar was on the field, it provided a special ability. When the Fireclaw Lord is on the field, all Fireclaw tribe members on the field will have 1 combat counter added. This card was forcefully changed to Fireclaw Spearman. The Fireclaw Spearman had the strength of a lower silver. With a creature level of 32, they were almost on par with the mercenaries of Lopez who were attached to Vientiane Forest. As for the Fireclaw Lizardman tribe, Ropar and his 30 subordinates were mainly responsible for guarding the periphery. Brando occasionally instructed them to let one or two wild beasts come in to test the reaction of the young men. So far, it seemed to be going well. Ropar looked at the young lord and did not say anything. He bent down and placed a stone in Brendel's hand. This creature was almost 2.5 meters tall, and its width was only a third less than its height. When it bent down, Brendel could feel the oppressive aura that assaulted his face. But when Brando took the stone, he was stunned. It looked like a piece of crystal. It was completely transparent, and the crystal lattice pattern emitted a faint light. It seemed to be absorbing light, to the point that it became an impure black. The crystal was cold to the touch. Brando was shocked. Where did you find this? This was not a crystal, but a scale of a war basilisk. A pond. Ropar was silent, but he used 3 fingers to gesture to let Brando understand what he meant. He told Brando that Amandina and Tia had found the pond and found a small piece of scale in it. This meant that there was a war basilisk nearby. War basilisks were the descendants of the sea monster Hydra. They once lived in large numbers on the land, but were later driven to the wilderness by humans. There were many variants of war basilisks. For example, the Dark Elves raised shadow 9-headed war basilisks across the Kalanga Mountains and the entire peninsula. In the semi-civilized areas in the south, the barbarians who lived in the swamps worshipped the 5-headed war basilisks as gods. However, 3-headed war basilisks were generally equivalent to beginner gold-ranked creatures. 5 of them were upper gold-ranked creatures. 9 of them were elemental awakened, and the strongest 12-headed war basilisks were said to have a bronze body. Brando was interested. It was said that the scales on the war basilisk's chest were blessed by the sea monster Hydra, so it was an extremely precious alchemy material. Even though the war basilisk's blood was not as good as dragon's blood, it was at least a grade higher than dragon's blood moss. It could be used to make dragon's strength potions, and the effects were even better. Thinking of this, the young man stood up. He clapped his hands at Coden, Scarlet, and the group of youths in the distance to attract their attention. There's work to do. Author's note, someone asked this question. Yes, level 15 to 25 is the Holy Realm. After 25, it is called the Divine Realm, but no one has ever reached it. Also, Brando's level 16 plus 2 does not mean that he is level 18. The plus 2 is an additional bonus. At lower levels, it can be counted as 1 level. After reaching the Grandmaster realm, it will only increase by 10%. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 363. When Brando found the basilisk, Amandina and Tia were hiding in the bushes, admiring the beautiful and mysterious creature. Of course, they did not dare to get too close, but peeked from a few hundred meters away. The noble lady actually came out to look for this little girl who was running around collecting materials for Tamar. However, when she and the lizard men of the Flame Claw clan met this little wild elf girl, the two of them discovered the quiet little pond in the forest together. Amandina recognized the scale. She had seen all kinds of monsters in books, and some of the books on natural history were dedicated to describing the basilisk. She had Ropar report to Brando about the basilisk while she led the others to continue forward. Soon, they found the tracks left behind by the basilisk in the forest. It was a 5-headed snake lizard. The surface of its body showed incomparably beautiful lines at the intersection of light and darkness. It was filled with a sense of power. Its fine scales were ink black, but there were some places that revealed a faint green color. This was a venomous basilisk. Its defense and strength were not as good as other basilisks of its kind. It could not turn its body into mist like the Shadow Hydra, and it could not manipulate the elements like its ice or fire subspecies. However, it was one of the most difficult to deal with among the basilisks. It could even corrode magic alloys with its venom. Fortunately, Brando knew how to deal with this monster. He rushed out and said to the others, "You guys stay here and watch." He said this to the group of eager youths, and then ordered, Coden, Ropar, Scarlet, attack from the back. The 5-headed basilisk only attacks 180 degrees. I'll attract its venom. That's too dangerous. The old swordsman pulled out his sword and followed behind. The basilisk was precious, and Brando had promised to give him a bottle of dragon strength potion. Leave it to me. The youth pulled out Halran Gaia, and the wind haste spell on the scabbard that Tamar had specially made for him was activated. His agility was increased by 50%, and his body sped up. As he said this, he entered the snake lizard beast's alert range. The 5-story-tall behemoth also discovered the intruder from 200 meters away. Its third head raised, and its conical mouth opened wide. Brendel did not forget the experience of fighting against these creatures. He saw the monster's mouth open and frowned, then rolled to the side. Chi! A black arrow of venom missed him by a hair's breadth. The venomous liquid streaked through the forest like a long dragon. The trees in front of it were corroded and emitted white smoke. Some even burned because of the large amount of heat. Finally, the venomous arrows that did not hit the target shot into the forest. The trees in the forest withered and turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The basilisk spirit, the youths who wanted to try their skills, but when they saw this scene, their faces, and some even cried out. By the name of Martha. The young man named Mordenkainen by Brando stared blankly at the lord who dodged left and right, and calmly avoided the 5 venom arrows. His heart was full of nervousness and surprise. He had heard of many legends about the youth, and some of them were too miraculous and unbelievable to be believed. But these were incomparable to the facts he had seen with his own eyes. His mouth was wide open, and suddenly he heard someone beside him ask, So strong, the Lord said that one day we can be like this too? Is this true? The person who asked this question was obviously stunned. He could not help but pull his companion next to him. Muriel, whose sleeve was pulled, blushed and moved aside. Muriel? The man was stunned. What's wrong with you? No, nothing, Muriel shook his head vigorously. He looked at the other side and whispered, The Lord is at least gold tier. I think it will take us at least a few decades to reach his level, a few decades, but the Lord looks at most 20 years old. The Lord is a genius, can you compare? That's true, but a few decades is too long. That's gold tier. One of the young men, who was originally a mercenary, immediately mocked, Do you think he's a grass in the field? Do you know the reserve knight of the Holy Cathedral? As long as you have gold tier strength, you can enter the reserve knight of the Holy Cathedral. Many people in the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Knights Templar's reserve members were people they could only look up to in the legends. They were existences that were even higher than Groton. Another person said, Don't even talk about gold tier. As long as you can reach silver tier, you can easily obtain the title of knight from the Lord. Even the lowest noble title of knight was full of temptation. Then can we reach silver tier? Someone asked. Carglass finally snapped out of his daze. He felt that his lord must have laughed when he saw him rushing towards him with his sword. He was only at the pinnacle of iron rank, and yet he had to fight against a gold-ranked quasi-sword saint who was at the pinnacle of swordsmanship and possessed the strength of a gold-ranked warrior. Although the young man was thick-skinned, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. We can definitely reach silver tier. He glanced at the others and answered. Are you sure, Carglass? Maria asked curiously. It's difficult for an ordinary person to reach silver tier. You still need to have a certain amount of talent, right? Don't you think you're improving very quickly? Carglass asked. Everyone was stunned. Is that so? They were scolded by Coden every day as idiots. The red-haired girl with a long ponytail who beat them up every day shook her head whenever she saw them. Even though the Lord looked kind, gentle, and easy to talk to, he only smiled at them without saying anything. Now, they even thought that they were idiots. Otherwise, how could the Lord and Miss Scarlet, who looked like they were in their teens or 20s, be so much stronger than them? Carglass shook his head. He knew that this was not the problem. Recently, He felt that since he returned to his father's side from the Lord of the Palace, his swordsmanship, which had stagnated for a long time, seemed to be showing signs of improvement. He was also surprised to find that his absolute strength had begun to show signs of reaching silver tier after only a week in the dark forest. "Do you know what kind of swordsmanship the Lord is teaching you every day?" he asked. Everyone shook their heads. "Maria," Karglai said. Maria frowned. "I took a look. It should be the sanctum's swordsmanship. Isn't that forbidden to be taught to outsiders?" Someone shouted. The young men suddenly became quiet and looked at each other. It was not a small crime to teach the sanctum's secret swordsmanship to outsiders. But Karglai shook his head. He did not care about the sanctum, and the sanctum did not care about a small fry like him. They had plenty of talented young men to choose from. Heaven's bearers and chosen ones. Compared to those favored by the heavens, he was just an ordinary person. He patted Maria's shoulder lightly. "So, do you understand, Maria? I think I've made the right choice this time." Maria blushed. The others quieted down. They all heard what Karglai said. While the young men were deep in thought, Brando was not as relaxed as they thought. The venom of the five-headed snake was far more terrifying than it appeared to be. Although Brando was not hit directly, he was still shuttling in and out. Soon, a row of notifications appeared on the green grid in his vision. Abnormal status. Brando had already passed through the fifth poisonous arrow. He knew that the basilisk needed some time to prepare for the next round of attack. He immediately gestured to Coden, Scarlet, and Ropar, who were behind him, to quickly move closer to him. At the same time, he also tried to lure the big guy to turn around. On one hand, he wanted to leave the area filled with poisonous clouds. As he moved forward, he quickly switched through the interface. It was not difficult for him, as it was a reflex action after thousands of repetitions. The interface first switched to the life status, and it showed the healthiest green color. This meant that although the poisonous cloud had begun to seep into his body, it had not yet caused any damage. This was because his constitution was still immune to the poison. Brando's constitution was over 100. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died a few hundred times. He immediately switched to the immunity panel. The resistance column was pale yellow. The resistance rate was about 87%, but it was still decreasing. At this rate, within 10 minutes, even if he was not hit directly, he would still be poisoned to death. As expected of an upper gold-ranked creature, it was not easy to deal with. In the game, the five-headed snake's attack interval was 1.5 minutes. This meant that the attacker had to hurry up and close the distance between them. However, the basilisk was very cunning. It also retreated while spitting. Brando was used to this tactic. He changed his direction and lured the five-headed snake to face him. This way, it would be easier for Coden and the others to approach it from behind. The five-headed snake also realized this, but it could not do anything else. It could only growl angrily. 30 seconds later, Brando, Coden, and the others were within range of the five-headed snake. Brando activated charge and was the first to enter. He then jumped up and dodged the five-headed snake's whip-like tail sweep. Tail sweeps had always been reserved for dragons and wyverns. When the tail that was even sturdier than steel swept across the forest and cut the towering trees in half, the loud cracking noises could be heard for miles. All the spectators in the distance couldn't help but hold their breaths. Brando landed beside the basilisk's right front claw and raised Halran Gaia. The battle had reached its climax. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 364. The battle had reached its climax. Brando raised Halran Gaia with both hands and swung it at the five-headed basilisk's right front claw, which was as thick as a marble pillar. Despite its massive size, its movements were surprisingly nimble. The five-headed basilisk retracted its right front claw as if it had foresight. Brando's sword only hit its afterimage. However, the power of Halran Gaia shattered the ground beneath the five-headed basilisk's feet. The dirt and stone slabs were pushed to the sides, and the center of the ground collapsed downward, forming a cone-shaped trench. The five-headed basilisk lost its footing, and its entire body tilted to the side. However, it was not easy for Brando to take advantage of the situation. The five-headed basilisk's 5 heads were like whips in the air, swooping down one after another to bite. The young basilisk kept retreating until it was more than 10 feet away from the five-headed basilisk. Coden, Scarlet, and Ropar, who were approaching the five-headed basilisk from behind, found an opportunity to attack. However, when Brando saw them approaching, he immediately shouted, "Be careful of the venom shield." Coden and Scarlet were startled. As they rushed forward, they saw a dark green liquid shield appear in front of them. Both of them were experienced, so they stopped abruptly. However, the old swordsman was obviously more experienced. When he stopped, he pulled out a dagger and threw it at the magic shield. Then, with a soft hiss, the dagger turned into a puff of white smoke before it could penetrate the venom shield. Martha above. The old swordsman rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Brando had warned him early. But how was he going to deal with this? Only the Fireclaw Lizardman Lord, Ropar, did not seem to have heard anything. The Lizardman Lord, who had been majestically pursing his lips, with a hint of coldness in his pale yellow eyes, crashed into the venom shield. The venom shield washed over his body, but it did not seem to have any effect on him. It only took away the dirt on his dark red scales. Poison immunity. Brando did not expect the Fireclaw Lizardmen to have such a trick up their sleeves. However, the five-headed snake lizard was also a lizard, or at least a reptile. Ropar and it could barely be considered the same species. It was reasonable for the same species to have some means to restrain each other. Ropar was out of everyone's expectation, including the five-headed Naga itself. The monster wanted to turn back, but it was too late. The Fireclaw Lizardman Lord used a double-headed sword as a weapon. He stabbed the sword into the five-headed Naga's right hind leg, and a flame burst out from the sword. The blood under the broken tendons and veins of the five-headed snake lizard was vaporized before it could splash out, forming a red satin mist that sprayed out. The monster raised its head in an instant, and its 5 heads let out a high-pitched scream at the same time. The sound traveled at least dozens of miles, and a flock of birds flapped their wings and flew out of the forest. While the five-headed snake lizard was injured, the venom shield suspended behind it fluctuated and then disappeared at the same time. Right now. Coden and Scarlet immediately realized this. They rushed in, but before they could even take 2 steps, they felt the ground under their feet give way. What is this? Scarlet was shocked. She saw countless green thorny vines sticking out of the broken ground. These vines broke out of the ground and curled towards her feet as if they were alive. Not only her, but the old swordsman Coden also suffered the same fate. Brando had just recovered from the five-headed Naga's attack, and of course, he saw the situation that Scarlet and Coden were in. It was the five-headed Naga's poisonous vines, but he did not have time to answer. Instead, he used his sword to stop himself from falling back, and at the same time, pointed his left hand in front of him. At that moment, everyone saw bright green spots appear in the air behind Brando. However, they were not light spots, but small magic circles that appeared in the air. The magic circle took up half of the sky behind Brando, and it spread out like a pair of translucent green wings. Then, in the next moment, balls of green light shot out from the magic circle like cannonballs. The balls of light landed on the ground, leaped forward, and flew up into the sky. The dense dots of light quickly gathered and formed a crescent shape. Brando threw out another card. Hundreds of golden holy swords surrounded the five-headed Naga in a semicircle. The youths in the distance were stunned. They had imagined the most beautiful swordsmanship and the most terrifying magic, but they had never imagined such a magnificent power. This was the power of their lord. Carglass looked at the scene with a strange expression. "Muriel, I feel like an idiot." Muriel lowered her head and blushed as she whispered, "Yes, you always have been." The five-headed Naga also felt threatened. It raised its head, and the 15 pairs of eyes on its 5 heads flashed with a ghostly green light. The thorns that were spreading towards Scarlet and Coden suddenly changed their direction. They quickly grew back and intertwined in front of the five-headed Naga, forming a dense thorny shield that was dozens of meters high. Attack! Brando roared at Coden. The huge monster could no longer turn back to save itself. At the same time, hundreds of holy swords in the air emitted a dazzling light. The intertwining golden beams of light burned down like fire from the heavens, and the thorns were reduced to ashes. The huge thorny shield was instantly pierced through, and then the beams of light continued to descend and collided with the venom shield. At the moment when the two collided, beams of golden light immediately refracted on the surface of the shield, sprinkling a rain of light in all directions. The temperature of the venom shield also changed dramatically. The shield first turned red, then vaporized. Then, a ray of light penetrated the shield, followed by a second, then a third. The venom shield finally collapsed, and the beam of light directly hit the five-headed Naga's hard skin. The same thing happened to the five-headed Naga's black crystalline skin. It refracted the light, turned red, and then burst open. The blood below turned into a red mist and rose into the air. The intense pain caused the Naga to roll around in the forest. At this time, Coden, Scarlet, and the Lizard Man Lord did not stop attacking. They dodged the five-headed Naga's hind legs and tail while trying their best to inflict wounds on the monster. Although they were both upper gold tier, the five-headed snake lizard was much less agile than the wind wyvern. However, the defensive ability of this demonic creature was daunting. Scarlet used all her strength to strike the monster's scales with lightning bolts that were dozens of meters long. However, most of the lightning bolts were unable to penetrate the monster's skin and could only leave a small burn mark. Coden's situation was not the same. Only the Fireclaw Lizard Man Lord could not attack from a distance. However, every strike of its sword was able to inflict real damage. Its method was quickly copied by the others. Coden and Scarlet also gave up on attacking from a distance. Instead, they stabbed the monster with their spears and swords. At the very least, they could bleed a little. Their method worked quickly. Although the five-headed Naga inherited the incredible regenerative ability of the Hydra, it was not unlimited. After losing too much blood, the monster started to feel lightheaded, and the attacks of its 5 heads slowed down. Brendel, who was in charge of drawing the enemy's firepower, felt a lot more relaxed. He dodged the enemy's whip-like neck and bite for the last time, and took advantage of the gap between the enemy's attack and rolled to the right side of the enemy's chest. Brando straightened his body and took a deep breath. Then, he swung the White Raven sword with all his might. With the enhancement of level 16, +2, Erwin's military swordsmanship, as well as the terrifying enhancement of power burst, the sword aura created by the strike formed a whirlwind in the calm atmosphere. A white whirlwind appeared out of thin air. Like a dragon, it swept horizontally towards the five-headed Naga. The whirlwind stirred the air and formed white canine fangs that were almost 10 meters long. These white canine fangs bit into the five-headed Naga's injured chest and abdomen, causing blood to spurt out from the wound. But that was not the end. Halran Gaia tore the earth apart with the same force as the whirlwind. Mud slabs that were more than 10 meters high were formed wherever the whirlwind passed. The ground in the center of the whirlwind cracked inch by inch, collapsing layer by layer. Although the five-headed Naga tried its best to dig into the ground with its forelimbs, it was still dragged into the cracks by the whirlwind. After the whirlwind of Halran Gaia, the forest around Brando, Coden, Scarlet, and the Lizard Man Thane had changed. With Brando as the center, the ground in the cone-shaped area in front of him continued to collapse. It was as if a large-scale landslide had occurred on the flat ground. Half of the five-headed Naga's body was buried under the ground, while the other half was covered in wounds. It did not seem like it would make it out alive. Brando looked at the scene and sheathed his sword. The forest was silent. After the battle, the young people began to clean up the battlefield. Of course, before that, Falern and Tia used the whirlwind to clear away the poisonous clouds left behind in the forest to prevent careless people from accidentally entering the forest. However, the youngsters were still a little fearful at first. The power of this monster was far beyond their understanding. However, after personally coming to the side of this monster, they felt a little incredulous. It was as if they couldn't believe that someone could defeat such a monster. They surrounded the corpse that was several stories tall and discussed among themselves. Some of the braver ones even tried to touch the crystal-like scales of the five-headed Naga. None of them had ever seen anything like this before. Brando asked Falern to pry the scales off the five-headed Naga's chest. Although beasts did not drop any equipment, the law of luck could not be violated. The scales on the Naga's chest were called Hydra's Blessing. They were not as black as the scales on its back. Instead, they were green in color. Brando knew that this thing could be used in many ways. It was an important material for alchemy. It was a pity that he had damaged a lot of the scales in his last attack. He only managed to pluck 30 of them, which was enough to make a magic armor. Brando planned to make a breastplate, but before that, he asked Koden to lead the young people to search for the five-headed Naga's nest. Beasts did not drop any equipment, but there might be some good stuff in their nest. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 365. The five-headed basilisk's blood filled several containers. At the same time, the team that went to search for the monster's lair also received some news. The young men split into 6 groups and searched the forest. The group led by Karglais found the lair of the five-headed basilisk behind a moss-covered cliff in a valley about 2 miles away from the village. It was in a crevice under a slanted rock that was hundreds of meters long. The exploration team climbed down the valley until they reached the bottom. After parting the dense layers of vines that were as thick as an arm hanging down from the top of the rock, they discovered the stinky lair. The young men obeyed Brando's orders and did not explore the lair directly. Instead, they sent someone to report back. When Brando heard the news, he immediately put down the alchemy tools in his hands and rushed over to the lair with the others. The team passed through the dense forest and arrived at the top of the valley. Brando first observed the terrain. As mentioned in the information provided by the messenger, the huge rock in the valley seemed to have fallen from a towering cliff. However, it had been there for a long time. Other than the exposed white parts of the rock, it was covered with green vegetation. The deeper they went into the black forest, the less obvious the influence of the 4 seasons was. Tonajal was currently in the harsh winter season, but as they went south into the forest, the temperature rose day by day. The forest in the valley was so dense that it was like midsummer. In the distance, there was a mountain stream that formed a waterfall on the cliff. The water splashed like white silk. Brando and the rest went down the mountain. At the bottom of the valley, the young lord saw Karglais and his team. They were resting. Maria had sprained her ankle when she entered the valley. She was sitting on a rock beside the pool under the care of a few people. Brendel glanced at Maria. He already knew who she was, but he accidentally saw her bare calves. Her fat was well proportioned, and her skin was snow-white. Only her ankle was slightly red and swollen. He could not help but be startled. He quietly went to Karglais' shoulder and whispered, "Are you sure she's a man?" Karglais shook his head, "My lord, you know that the children of God do not have a gender. As long as I wear the divine robe, it doesn't make a difference whether I have an extra piece or not." The young man pointed at his chest with a wretched smile and answered in the crude and straightforward manner he had learned in the military camp. Brando coughed and asked, "Does that mean she's a woman?" Karglais shrugged. "I didn't say that. Ever since I met Maria, she has been wearing a robe or dressed as a man. I don't think anyone knows this secret except for her father or her wet nurse. Maria's father had wanted her to become a member of the clergy since she was very young. Isn't this a good thing?" Karglais smiled mysteriously and replied, "My lord, let's go down and take a look." Brando nodded. He glanced at Maria again, and then led the others into the valley. The nest of the five-headed snake lizard had always been in the deepest part of the crevice under the rocks. Although it was called a crevice, it was relative to the height of the rocks. As Brando walked, he parted the vines that were full of vitality. Many small lizards that he did not know the name of fled in all directions. He looked up and saw the crevice under the rocks that were at least 16 or 17 meters high. As for the top of the rocks, he could not see the top from where he stood. A waterfall fell from the edge, forming a water curtain at the intersection of light and darkness. There was a faint rainbow hanging on the water curtain. "It's beautiful," Amelia exclaimed as she looked at the rainbow. She felt a sense of security as Brando held her hand. "It's beautiful," Carglass said as he fanned his metal glove beside his nose. "It's just a little smelly." A nauseating stench overflowed from the depths of the crevice. Everyone looked in that direction and saw that the crevice, which was tens of meters wide, extended to an unknown depth. It was pitch black inside. Brando unsheathed Halran Gaia and held it in his hand. The others did the same, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard from behind him. Only Coden lit a torch, and the light became brighter, illuminating the potholes on the ground. Some of the broken rocks cast long shadows on the ground, like black lines that led to the depths of the crevice. "There's a cave in there." Coden pointed in that direction and said, "Hey, the terrain here is really strange. I'm surprised that the five-headed snake lizard could find a place like this to build its nest." Brando also saw that place. It was the deepest part of the crevice. The ground had begun to sink, forming a hole that formed the entrance to a huge cave. He could imagine that the crevice had already existed before the rock fell. The mountain stream on the cliff had broken through the weaker rocks and flowed into the underground river. After a long period of erosion, it had formed a huge hole. However, after the rock fell, it had once again covered the entrance to the cave. Coincidentally, it did not completely seal off the entrance, but left a crevice that could be entered. It had to be said that the terrain was indeed strange. Brendel gestured, and everyone immediately walked in that direction. The stench was coming from the bottom of the cave. Everyone could see the green stains on the rocks outside the cave entrance. It used to be the entrance where the water from the stream flowed into the ground, but the moss had long withered away. The entrance to the cave was not small, and could even fit a five-headed snake lizard in and out. Coden brought the torch close to the entrance, but under the illumination of the fire, the interior of the cave was still pitch black. They did not know how deep it was. Scarlet did not say a word and picked up a rock from the ground and threw it in. Bang! After a few seconds, the sound of something colliding came from the bottom of the cave. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know who should go down first. Brando knocked on the entrance with Halran Gaia and said to Amandina, "I'll go down and take a look. Wait for me here." "My lord," Carglass stopped him and said, "Let us go first." Brando pushed his hand away and chuckled, I won't hesitate to ask you to run errands. But compared to being familiar with this place, your experience is still lacking." He then turned to Falern and said, "Falern, come with me." The older wild elf sister froze for a moment and pressed her hand to her chest. "Me?" She put on a straight face. "I'm an elementalist, my lord." "That's not important. Don't forget, cleaning up the battlefield is your job." Brando smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." He had to admit that Soft Hand's luck was indeed very good. The cave was at least 100 meters deep, but Brendel saw something good the moment he reached the bottom of the cave. There was a spacious space at the bottom of the cave. It was obvious that the five-headed snake lizard used this place as its nest. In the darkness, in addition to piles of rotten meat and bones, there were some withered twigs in the corner. Brando saw a large number of armor and weapon fragments in the gaps between the twigs. But that wasn't what he was looking for. What really caught his attention was a metal glove studded with fiery red gems. Brando's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure if that was what he was looking for. At this time, Falern, who had activated her wings of the wind, floated down from above. She flapped her wings and landed on the ground. She then folded her wings and looked around. She also saw the glove that was glowing in the dark at first glance. But she didn't ask. According to her logic, Brando would tell her if he wanted to. Brendel walked over and picked up the metal gauntlet. The green light network on his retina immediately changed, interweaving into rows of words in his vision: Crimson Blessing, Bahamut's Grip Glove Armor 2 Defense Fire Shield 5 Defense Attack with 10% Fire Damage Advanced Alchemy Circle. The young man couldn't help but praise Martha in his heart when he saw the properties. It really was the legendary alchemy glove. The level of this item was only fantasy, but in the Amber Sword, it was called a fantasy artifact. This was a pun, meaning the Crimson Blessing, Bahamut's Grip. It was not only a fantasy artifact, but it also meant that it was even rarer than a real artifact, so it was called a fantasy artifact. Of course, any fantasy artifact was just a price tag for a RMB warrior. But the price on the game's trading website was as high as 30,000 renminbi. It was enough to make an ordinary player like him look at it as nothing. But Brando never thought that he would get this glove in his first exploration of the dark forest in this world. Compared to the 5-headed snake lizard he had killed, this thing was like a piece of cake. He couldn't wait to put on the glove. But at this time, he suddenly heard Falerne whispering behind him. "Look over there, my lord." Brando turned around. Then he saw something he couldn't believe at the top of the circular nest made of branches. It was a snow-white, spherical object about the size of a coconut. It was a little dazzling in the dark underground. There were about 30 of them in the outer layer of the nest. "Damn! I'm going to be rich this time," Brendel exclaimed in his mind. Those were snake lizard eggs. There were at least 100 of them. The value of these eggs was enough to buy the whole of Tonajal. Brando's heart pounded. Those snow-white eggs were like a shining treasure trove in his eyes. The young man was stunned for a moment before he remembered something. He immediately beckoned to Falerne. "Quick, call the people up there." The young lord took a deep breath. "We have to get these eggs out of here." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 366. When the youths reached the bottom of the cave one by one, they immediately let out a series of strange screams. "Ah, this smell, I'm going to die. Heavens, this is poisonous gas." "Silence." The red-haired girl with a long ponytail shouted coldly, causing the youths to shut up. But she couldn't help but frown. The smell was indeed a little too strong. If the 5-headed basilisk was compared to a person, then it would be the sloppiest of them all. This monster's lair was filled with a pungent and nauseating smell, as if it was a huge cesspool. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was poisonous gas. Amandina, who had the weakest constitution, had already vomited several times. If not for Maria casting a purification spell on her, she would have fainted already. Coden was the last to reach the bottom of the cave. He immediately saw the silver-gray gauntlet on Brando's hand. The gauntlet was covered with scales, and the back of the gauntlet was inlaid with a fiery agate. The old swordsman was knowledgeable, and he immediately recognized the gauntlet. "This can't be the Crimson Blessing, right?" Brando smiled mysteriously. He was in a good mood. "You guessed right, Master Coden. Is this really the legendary gauntlet that was used by hero Shatharan?" The old swordsman stared at the gauntlet as if all his attention was drawn to it. "It can't be a fake, can it?" Brando knew that the hero Coden spoke of was one of the most famous alchemists in history. He was famous because he was not only a master alchemist, but also a dragon knight. Shatharan was the favorite of the fire dragon king, Bahamut. Her travels with his golden fire dragon were still a legend that was widely sung by poets. However, the most famous thing about Shatharan was this gauntlet. This gauntlet was blessed by fire dragon king Bahamut, and was given to the hero as a symbol of his care. This was why the gauntlet was named the Crimson Blessing. Of course not. Brando moved his right hand, and the metal gauntlet made a rustling sound as it rubbed against each other. How do you know it's not? Coden looked at the gauntlet suspiciously. He did not believe that Brando's luck was so good that he could climb into a cavern and obtain the legendary equipment used by the hero. The legend of Chasselan was something that happened almost 300 years ago. After that, this gauntlet was lost in the land. As for whether it disappeared with the hero like in the legends, or whether it had been passed around several times, no one knew who had it. It was still a mystery. As for how it appeared here, it was unknown. Brendel did not say anything after hearing the old swordsman's question. He put his glove on Halran Gaia's hilt and pulled it out. Everyone saw a trail of flames bursting out from his gauntlet. The flames spread upwards and quickly engulfed his entire gauntlet and Halran Gaia. Coden of the Swords of the Soft, the Cato, the Cavern of the People of the Sto, the Cavern of the Conts. The surrounding youths were stunned. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Coden's eyes widened as well, but after a brief moment of shock, he still insisted on his opinion. It's similar, but there are many enchantments with fire effects. Coden said. For example, Flame Grasp, Fire Blade, and Flame Blessing. It doesn't have to be the Crimson Blessing's Dragon's Flame. Brendel smiled faintly. He swung his sword to the side of the cavern, and the flames on the sword vibrated and burst out in all directions. The flames burned in the air and formed a sound similar to a dragon's roar. Finally, the dragon-shaped flames left the sword and swept across the cavern wall. With a loud bang, the stone and sand fell down. Coden was completely convinced that this was the Crimson Blessing. Only the dragon's flame could be so powerful and have such a unique attack style. However, Brando's performance was not over yet. He extinguished the flames in his hand and sheathed Halran Gaia. Actually, the dragon's flame is not the strongest effect of the Crimson Blessing. Do you know Shathran's other identity, Master Coden? Of course. Coden was still in shock. The Crimson Blessing was too famous. He blinked his eyes and took a deep breath. She's an alchemist after all. Yes, but the Crimson Blessing was given to her by the Fire Dragon King, Bahamut. It could be said that it was tailor-made for Shathran. So, the strongest effect of this gauntlet lies in another aspect. As Brando spoke, he took out a scale blessed by Hydra. He flipped the gauntlet over, and a magic circle on the palm of the gauntlet lit up. Coden also saw the fire agates embedded in the Crimson Blessing light up one by one. Then, the scale in Brando's hand flew into the air. The azure scale seemed to have been subjected to thousands of degrees of heat in an instant. It quickly softened in the air and liquefied into green-red water droplets. Brando's 5 fingers moved slightly, and the water droplets immediately gathered and slowly changed shape. Finally, they turned into a fiery red dagger. Then, the surface of the dagger began to cool at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the initial ripples, it gradually hardened. However, it did not cool directly. Instead, it rippled in layers, as if someone was hammering on its surface with a hammer. In the end, the dagger completely cooled down. It was like a piece of hot metal, but the red color gradually darkened and turned into a dark green color. Brando clenched his fist, and the dagger fell into his hand. Did you see it? The young man asked with a smile. Coden gasped. Of course, he knew that this was alchemy. However, alchemy was not as magical as this. In Wond, alchemy was a secret art passed down among the upper-class nobles, witches, and mystical professions. In the eyes of ordinary people, alchemy might seem mysterious, but it was also omnipotent. However, alchemy was a serious skill that combined enchantment and potioneering. Perhaps witches used alchemy to make all kinds of potions in a bubbling cauldron, or the craftsmen of Buga used alchemy to draw mysterious patterns on armors and weapons, giving them great power. However, the completion of a work required long-term and meticulous work. Apart from the extremely simple extraction of materials that could be done directly with some secret techniques, most alchemy work could only be completed in a quiet environment with complete tools. However, Brando's demonstration had completely changed everything. He had skipped the forging step and directly made a dagger with materials. What? What is this? Coden stared at the dagger in a daze. It's a high-level alchemy circle. In fact, the forbidden blood refining technique was developed based on the research of this alchemy circle, Brando replied. The wizards of Buga have more complete information, but their imitation is much simpler. Not to mention, with the blessing of divine power, the power of this circle is much higher than what it says. The young lord thought for a moment. Generally, advanced magic circles can only be used to refine products below level 10 alchemy. Apart from alchemy in the general sense, if it involves the field of making magic items, it can only enchant the finished product. But this gauntlet doesn't have so many restrictions. As you can see, it can even be used to refine items below level 13. Coden didn't understand the meaning of level 10 and level 13 alchemy, but at least he understood. Now that he understood, the mystery of the advanced alchemy circle didn't seem as intense anymore. He had heard of advanced alchemy circles. The old swordsman shook his head and thought for a moment. I think I understand. But my lord, do you think this is the most important function of the gauntlet? He shook his head again. Actually, I think the dragon's flame is more useful. Brando was stunned. It was only then that he realized that an NPC's thoughts were different from the players'. Players were not used to spending all day in an alchemy lab, so they naturally thought that such a convenient item was a godly item. Brando saw the old swordsman's somewhat disapproving gaze and could not help but feel pity for the gauntlet. He thought to himself, I met a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. He then thought, if Coden knew that the market value of the gauntlet in the Amber Sword was about 7 billion Tor in Erewhon's currency, which was about half of the total wealth of this ancient kingdom in a year, he wondered what kind of expression he would make. Coden patted the gauntlet and was about to say something when a young man suddenly shouted, My lord, are these really the eggs of that big guy? 5-headed Hydra lizard's eggs? Coden was already shocked enough when he saw the crimson blessing. He thought that he would be able to remain calm no matter what he saw today, but when he heard this sentence, he could not help but be shocked. Martha above, what did the eggs of the venomous lizard beasts mean? A large number of future top-tier war beasts? The 9-headed Hydra beasts were regarded as top-tier weapons by both the Dark Elves and the Barbarians. Although the 5-headed Hydra beasts were much inferior, they were still gold-ranked beasts after reaching maturity. The old man immediately turned his head. Eggs? Where are they? He asked, but he was immediately petrified. He saw more than 100 white eggs placed in the pile of branches. Coden rubbed his forehead, as if wondering if he was still dreaming. These. He gulped, are these the eggs of the 5-headed Hydra beasts? He asked Brando tentatively. Brando nodded. In fact, when he saw the eggs, his reaction was not much better than the old swordsman's. Martha above, these eggs were much more valuable than the gauntlet on his hand. Of course, this was not referring to their value in the game, but their value to him at this moment. You. What are you going to do with these eggs? Coden turned his head stiffly and asked. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 367. How should we deal with them? Brando asked. This was indeed a problem. This wealth was too precious. It gave people a feeling that it was not safe to just leave it there. They had to go deeper into the Black Forest to find the legendary Valhalla, but leaving these eggs in the Black Forest did not make them feel safe. Kid, Coden said in a slow and heavy tone, I suggest that you escort these eggs back to your territory. Brando shook his head. Coden stared at him. What is so attractive about the Black Forest that it's even more valuable than these eggs? Brando thought for a moment. Valhalla's value was immeasurable, and it was even more valuable than these eggs. However, it didn't mean that he could give up on these eggs. He thought for a moment and replied, I've thought of a way. It's best to leave someone here. Leave someone here? The old man shook his head. Who? This is the Black Forest. It's precisely because it's the Black Forest that I thought that there wouldn't be many outsiders here. There might be some monsters in the forest, but the five-headed lizard's aura is still here, so low-level monsters won't enter. Brando replied, as for high-level monsters, they have their own territories and won't wander around easily. Moreover, this is the outskirts of the Black Forest. The five-headed lizard is already at the top of the food chain here. Coden suddenly became alert. You're telling me so much. Do you have any ulterior motives? Brando smiled mysteriously. I've never thought that I'm with you. Aren't you afraid that I'll take these eggs and run away? Coden could not help but ask. Of course I can't take all of them, but one or two shouldn't be a problem. This is the Black Forest, Master Coden. Brando smiled warmly. Without a druid to lead the way, can you walk out of here? The old man was stunned and raised an eyebrow. What, are you threatening me? The young lord quickly shook his head and replied with a smile. Of course not, I'm just joking with you. Actually, I've already thought about it. I plan to leave a small group of Fireclaw lizard men here. They should be enough to guard against wild beasts that barge in. Besides, that kind of thing is just in case. Coden snorted. That's good. Don't make fun of me, kid. However, even though he said that, he still felt a little disappointed. Brando's actions showed that this young man still didn't believe him. While the two were talking, a commotion suddenly came from the depths of the cave, interrupting their conversation. Brando turned around and saw a young man stumbling out from that direction. He recognized the young man. He should be part of the third team, Carglass men. He had sent the third team to explore deeper into the cave to see if there was anything else inside. Did he discover something? Brando had originally guessed that the depths of the cave should be connected to an underground river. He had sent people to check it out with the mentality that nothing would go wrong. There might be some magic materials, such as fluorescent moss or something. However, when he saw the young man's panicked expression, he couldn't help but think that if there really was fluorescent moss down there, it would have to be at least the size of a football field to make the young man panic. He immediately gestured for the young man to quiet down and asked, "What's wrong?" My lord." The young man gasped for breath. Captain Carglass wants you to come and take a look yourself." Brando and Coden looked at each other. What was Carglass up to this time? However, he still nodded and gestured for the young man to lead the way. He then led the others to follow. After leaving the five-headed lizard's nest, the underground cave became narrow and slender. In the darkness, they could barely see that the surrounding walls were very smooth. There were indeed traces of water washing over them. However, these traces were very old. Brando carefully observed the ground and the walls on both sides. He confirmed that there were no traces of any living creatures. At most, there were some small footprints left behind by rodents. They were not a threat at all. There were also no familiar traces at the top of the cave. For example, there were tentacle monsters, mutant bats, or strangle beasts that liked to lurk between the stalactites. They walked along the underground river for a few minutes before a ball of fire appeared in front of them. Under the light of the fire, Brando saw Carglass and 4 other young men. Since Muriel and the other half of the third group were still on the surface, Carglass had only brought half of the group with him. Of course, even so, his group was still the most outstanding among the young men. That was why Brando could rest assured that the most dangerous task would be given to them. When Brando arrived, Carglass and the others were resting by the torches. When they saw their lord, they immediately stood up and saluted, "My lord." The unruly youngest son of Lord Maxon rubbed his hands with a troubled expression. "We found something that we can't handle." "Something that we can't handle?" Brando paused and asked, "What's the situation?" "How should I put it?" Carglass' expression was extremely strange. "It's indescribable." Brando wondered what kind of thing could make this fearless young man reveal such an expression as if the sky had fallen. But he knew that Carglass was not joking with him. Otherwise, he would know the price of such a joke. Of course, he also had another absurd thought. Could it really be a fluorescent moss the size of a football field? Anyway, my lord, please come and take a look. Carglass coughed and replied. He then stepped aside and extended his hand to lead the way for Brando. Brando nodded and followed Carglass. It seemed to be the exit of the underground tunnel. The young lord saw a light at the exit. He was stunned. Was it really fluorescent moss? But when he reached the exit, he was stunned. He opened his mouth slightly, but he couldn't make a sound. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was petrified. A brilliant light shone into Brando's eyes. It was as if the light had cast a spell on him, rendering him immobile. It was a crystal mine. It was a magic crystal mine that stretched as far as the eye could see. Lord of Abs. Brando seemed to have predicted the old knight's plan. In the weeks since he left for the dark forest, the whole of southern Tonajal had been peaceful. It was as if a war was about to break out. Of course, the situation in the north was not as good. Tajiv and its clans had tasted the sweetness of the plunder, so they became even more aggressive in their attacks. Even though they were ambushed by the old knight once or twice, most of the time, Lord Paulus's troops were still suffering. On the other side of Abs, the Shire went to look for blacksmith Grandmaster Bosley. In fact, after Amandina left, the two of them were in charge of all the administrative and construction matters in the territory. Romaine, on the other hand, had nothing to do after she sorted out and reorganized the accounts. But just as Brando expected, she was abnormally obedient. Other than going to a fixed seat in the bar every day and sitting there from afternoon until sunset, she did not do anything else. According to her, this was a place Brando used to frequent, and she wanted to reserve a seat for Brando. Naturally, the others turned a blind eye to her actions. As long as she did not tear down Abs, they would be thankful. Of course, to Bosley, even if she did tear down Abs, it was fine as long as his workshop was fine. Today, he squatted on the steps outside the workshop as usual and tried to light up his pipe. But he quickly realized that no matter how hard he tried, not a single spark landed in the pipe. There was even one that rolled around the edge of the pipe 3 times before it was extinguished. Obviously, this was not a normal thing. The old man raised his head and saw Seal, who was wearing a light purple robe, standing not too far away with a smile on his face. He snorted and muttered under his breath, "Damned Magus." But he did not dare to say it out loud. He dared to contradict Brando, but wizards were mysterious creatures. Who knew if they would cast a curse on him while he was asleep? Bosley raised his head and muttered, "All right, Lord the Shire, why are you looking for this old bag of bones again? Or are you just here to toy with this pitiful old man?" "I wouldn't dare," the Shire shrugged. "I'm here to discuss something with you, Master Bosley." "What is it?" "The Lord gave me an order." "HM?" Bosley knew that this young wizard had a special way of contacting the Lord. "I'm saying." The Shire thought for a moment and decided to use a more tactful way to explain the situation. He did not want to scare the old man. "Master Bosley, what do you think is the possibility of us opening a path into the Black Forest?" "Opening a path?" Bosley was surprised. "I understand. You want to get some resources from the Black Forest? That's a little troublesome. The investment might not be enough to cover the costs. There's nothing good near the Black Forest, but maintaining a path like this will require a lot of investment." He thought for a moment. Tonajal might not be able to support it. "What if it's a death order?" the Shire asked again. "He's crazy." Bosley suddenly realized that the wizard in front of him was the retainer of the Lord, so he quickly changed his words. "Well, that depends on how deep he wants to go. I think a day or 2 shouldn't be too much of a problem." "What his lordship means is," Charles replied with a grin, "at least a week's journey." "Impossible." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 368. Bosley almost jumped out of his seat. Even though he wasn't good at building roads, he knew that the Black Forest was a treasure trove for smithing masters like him. However, he knew exactly what kind of place the Black Forest was. That's a little troublesome. The Shire shook his head. What do you mean? Bosley felt that the young adept was implying something. My lord, he discovered a crystal mine in the Black Forest. I mean, according to what you said, it's going to be troublesome for us to claim it as ours. Magic crystal mine. The old man jumped out of his seat. You're telling the truth. No, I'm talking about the crystal mine. The Shire shook his head. According to my lord's inspection, there should be star iron and cold steel. There should be some other rare minerals as well. Iron. Bosley's voice trembled. Yes, there's iron, but there's also star iron and cold steel. How big is it? I don't know how big it is. They spent 2 days there, but they still haven't found the edge. There's not enough time. We can only determine the size of the mine later. The Shire replied with a straight face. 2 days, and they still haven't found the edge. Bosley felt like he was about to suffocate. His lord and his companions were 3 gold-ranked existences. How could they not find the edge in 2 days? However, he suddenly thought of another problem. His face paled. Is it an open-pit mine? No, the Shire shook his head. It's underground. Bosley let out a sigh of relief. From your description, I thought it was an open-pit mine. But how did my lord and his companions find it? Prospecting is a specialized field of study. Weren't they traveling in the forest? No, the Shire shook his head again. Let me finish. It's not easy to describe, but how should I put it? What I mean is that it's an open-pit mine. Ah. Bosley's hand loosened, and the cigarette butt that had been with him for many years fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. However, he did not mind at all. He grabbed the man's sleeve and asked loudly, not caring if the man was an adept or not, are you saying that there is an iron mine of unknown size in the Black Forest with magic crystals and large amounts of rare minerals waiting for us to mine? The Shire quickly pushed his hand away and put a finger to his lips. Shoo, keep your voice down, keep your voice down. You don't want to tell Count Ranner about this, do you? The young wizard asked in a mysterious tone. Bosley was silent for a moment. He looked around cautiously, but he quickly turned back to the Shire and said, are you telling the truth? That's great, the white lion armor won't be a problem at all. Wait a minute. The Shire feigned a look of confusion. Grandmaster Bosley, that place is located in the Black Forest, and it's quite far from here. According to what you just said, it will take us a long time before we can mine the ores there. Bullshit. Bosley waved his hand. His eyes were red as he gritted his teeth. Leave this matter to me. Even if I have to sacrifice these old bones of mine, I will succeed. Martha above, an open-air crystal mine. Bosley muttered to himself. That won't do, the Shire quickly shook his head. If anything happens to you, my lord will definitely kill me, especially if he knows that I'm the one who instigated this. Bosley glared at him. Don't worry. I won't do it alone, and I can't do it. I'll ask my students to help, but it'll take some time. Bosley's determination was evident when he said those words. It seemed like the mine was extremely attractive to a grandmaster blacksmith like him. He thought for a moment, but we can start work first. Get someone to get some magic crystals. Those things are worth more than silver. Once we have money, everything else will be easier. However, Bosley suddenly stopped and stared at the young wizard from the corner of his eyes. Hold on, you didn't set me up from the start, did you? Ah. The Shire suddenly understood and said with an innocent look, of course not. I also think that this is a good idea, but the others won't be able to do it. I think the subterranean dwellers are good, but I don't know if Tajiv will agree. Bosley looked at the young wizard suspiciously. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this damned wizard had dug a hole for him to jump into. He suddenly remembered that he said he would ask his students to help, and the words he said to Brando made his vision go dark. However, the young wizard didn't notice the look of regret on the Grand Master Blacksmith's face. The Shire was only thinking about how to get Tajiv to help him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to complete the Lord's orders. Opening a path through the Black Forest. This was a feat that Erewhon had never done in hundreds of years. When Bosley and Seal decided to open up a path in the dark forest, they sent the first batch of subterranean dwellers into the forest, but Brendel and his team did not stop exploring the dark forest. In Wone's calendar, the sleeping moon symbolized talent. Astrologers believed that babies born during this month had extraordinary potential. But in the witch's ancient prophecy, potential meant sleeping power. Sleep corresponded to awakening. From the beginning of sleep to the end of awakening, this was the meaning of the last month of the year in Vaunt. Therefore, this was a sign that wisdom and spirit would light up the fire of civilization in the darkness, and it was also the most important month of the first year. In most temples' calendars, on the last day of the sleeping moon, the 31st, people would welcome the biggest festival of the year in Wonde, the Revival Festival. This grand festival would last for 7 days, but in a bustling city like Freeport, the carnival atmosphere would last until the month of recovery, which would be 2 months later. Of course, in the dark wilderness, there was no such thing. Brendel and his team finally arrived at the outskirts of the loop of trade winds at midnight. In order to remember the passing of prosperity and the year of summer leaves, Falerne, the chief logistics officer since the beginning of the adventure, gave everyone in the party a small piece of gingerbread. Even Ropar and his Fireclaw lizard men were no exception. The young people sat around the campfire and sang songs of their hometown. Their songs were not only filled with nostalgia for the past, but also a yearning for the future. The song was melodious, and the sparks from the campfire rose into the dark night sky. The hardships of the past month in the Black Forest seemed to have become a memory of the past at this moment. Everyone felt that they had become more mature. Brando sat beside the campfire and gave his gingerbread to Tia. The wild elf girl seemed to be very fond of this special dessert that could not be found in the Lopez region. She held a small piece of gingerbread in one hand, and there were biscuit crumbs at the corner of her mouth. She smiled sweetly at Brando. "Looks like Tia likes me more," Brando said to Falerne. Falerne stood behind Brando and looked at her sister without saying a word. In fact, she also gave her gingerbread to her sister. Even though she was strict, it was obvious that she cared for her sister. "Sister Falerne is too lazy to lower herself to your level." Amandina passed her gingerbread to Tia and replied with a smile. On a night like this, the noble's daughter felt a rare sense of relaxation. This was the last day of the year. Too many things had happened in this year, so much that she could not remember them all. This was the year of flowers and summer leaves. Tia was beside Amandina, and there was already a small pile of gingerbread in her dress. She looked at the gingerbread with sparkling eyes. Scarlet, who was leaning against a tree, looked at Amandina, and then looked at the gingerbread in her hand. She thought for a moment and put it in as well. "Thank you, Sister Scarlet," Tia said sweetly. The red-haired girl reached out and patted her head. Brando smiled and did not reply to Amandina's words. He did not care about Falerne's attitude either. He looked up at the night sky that was as dark as ink. He looked at the leaves that were silently hanging on the branches in the night sky, not moving at all. He looked at the sparks that rose from the campfire and flickered slightly before disappearing. The brightest star in the sky belonged to Martha. He looked at it and waited for the light of the star to reach its brightest. And so, the year of flowers and summer leaves passed. He would always remember this year, and the War of the Black Roses that happened in this year. When he looked up, he seemed to see the night sky of Bucci during the 4 or 5 months of summer, and the beautiful river of stars that stretched across the sky. He could see the faces of many people, but these people's faces gradually faded and became blurry. However, there were some people whose faces became clear. Brando recognized them one by one. The young Roman, Freya, Marden, Breton, and many others. This was the year of flowers and summer leaves that belonged to him. It came into his life for the second time, and left for the second time. It seemed to leave no trace, but it could not be erased. Brando then thought about the next year. The bloody war on the continent began in this year. Perhaps it could not be called the beginning of the war and chaos that would last for half a century, but no matter what, Wone began to move towards chaos from this year. The sword symbolized conquest. But it was also a weapon that made people bleed. When the sword appeared on the earth, the stars changed their paths, and heroes were born. Therefore, the astrologers named this year the Year of Swords. This was the beginning of the chaotic history of Wone, and also the year when the players began to write their own epics. But Brando stared at the night sky, thinking about something else. The Year of Swords. This was the year that would decide Erwin's fate. Whether history would return to glory and glory, or follow its original path into the abyss, it seemed that the time was not far away. The young lord lowered his head and looked at the loop of trade winds under the night sky. The circulation of the atmosphere formed a huge cyclone. It started from the southern foot of the Kalanga Mountains, traversed the entire peninsula, and went straight up to the clouds. At that moment, it was as if an ancient giant beast was lying in front of the group. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 369. Notice had a dream. In the dream, he was surrounded by a tide of undead creatures. In the boundless and empty wilderness, those skeletons with calcified, grayish-yellow bones and crimson flames dancing in their empty eye sockets pounced on him wave after wave from the darkness. In the dream, his comrades fell one after another. The battlefield was filled with arrows. He looked around and saw corpses everywhere. Erwin's broken war flag drooped down in exhaustion and remained motionless. Until the last moment, the world seemed to have fallen on him. Then, he woke up with a start from the dream and sat up on the bed covered with soft reeds. The dark forest was still chilly in the early morning, but when Notice touched his back, he found that it was drenched in sweat and his pale forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Panting, he sat on the bed for a while before he came back to his senses. He looked up and saw a ray of morning light flowing into the small room from the windowsill. The window was actually a hole dug out of a tree trunk. The furnishings in the room were simple. Most of them were made of wood, and the whole room was a hole dug out of a tree trunk. Some vines hung down from above, forming a natural and simple space. Notice held his forehead and remembered that he was no longer on the battlefield. It had been a few months since he was rescued by those strange people and sent here, but he still had nightmares like this. He took a deep breath and stood up. He was a little shaky. Then, he suddenly heard a noise outside the window. He could not help but feel strange. This village had always been quiet. Did something happen? Or did the revival ceremony begin? Notice came to the window and looked out in confusion. The settlement built by the Druids at the periphery of the loop of trade winds was a town called the Green Tower. It was called a town, but there were thousands of people living there. There were also many centaurs, tree elves, and some Tanians. The Druids had lived a mixed life with other races in the dark forest for a long time. They built many villages in the forest. They planted a kind of fast-growing ancient tree and lived in the trunks of these magical trees. The villages were built about 20 to 30 meters above the ground from these towering trees. The whole town was connected by suspension bridges. The suspension bridges were formed by intertwining magical vines with wooden planks in the middle. They were even sturdier than the strongest stone bridge. Countless suspension bridges shuttled between the ancient trees, forming a strange landscape of the city in midair. The Druids worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, but the centaurs had an opposite schedule. They liked the brightly lit market and even installed lights on the suspension bridges. They were a kind of lily of the valley with huge buds like lanterns that could shine in the night. But more of them were thick vines that spiraling upward. They led to the upper level of the town where the Druids gathered and the nest of the giant eagles. The Druids and the giant eagles had been allies for hundreds of years. Brendel followed the great druid Grey Crow and the others as they slowly climbed up the lush green vines. There were huge birds of prey with huge wingspans flying up and down between the gigantic tree trunks. The huge canopy was like a layer of clouds, allowing them to shuttle between the green clouds. Of course, Brendel also saw the centaur guards patrolling the area. They wore shiny armor and wore a stern-looking sentry's helmet. The centaurs and druids had a long history of living together. They were a race of warriors, and their individual strength was even stronger than the subterranean dwellers. But in the dark forest, they also relied on the druids to survive. Apart from them, there were also a large number of tree elves, Tanians, and bear monsters in the town. There were also Pegasi and unicorns. Anyone who worshipped the goddess of the forest, Naya, was a guest of the druids. However, the druids weren't in charge of the daily operations of the town. In fact, the Green Tower's defense was in the hands of a centaur leader called Xania. The daily operations were managed by an administrative council made up of tree elves, Tanians, and bear monsters. The druids lived in the upper level of the druid district. They had their own independent organization called the Deadwood Council, which dealt with the internal affairs of the druids. Of course, their main task was to monitor the loop of trade winds and any changes in the dark forest. The upper level of the druid district was much simpler than the lower level of the town. The druids used thick vines to form a square between 6 ring-shaped ancient trees. In the center of the square was the holy statue of goddess Naya. The hollow branches of the 6 ancient trees formed 6 halls, and the hall in the west was where the Deadwood Council was located. 2 ancient tree elves were squatting at the entrance of the hall. They were about 3 stories tall, and they were dozing off with their palms supporting their upper bodies. These tree elves seemed to be the guards of the hall, but they didn't fulfill their responsibilities. When Brando and the others approached them, the tree elven on the left opened one of its eyes. It glanced at big druid Grey Crow and slowly closed it again. The other tree elven was snoring, its voice sounding like a song from an ancient forest. "Please follow me." Big druid Grey Crow gestured to the 2 tree elves and turned to the others. Brando nodded and followed him into the hall. The youths under him were left in the town, and the friendly tree elves were there to receive them. Coden and Ropar were with them to prevent them from causing trouble. At this moment, only Scarlet and Amandina followed behind the young lord. They had never seen such a place before, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Even the noble ladies who were more reserved could not help but look around. The hall was no different from the usual architectural style of the druids. It was simple and natural, and there were no extravagant decorations other than the statues of the ancient druids and spirit beasts. The walls of the hall were hollowed out, and only a few pillars were left, making the hall look like it was exposed to the wind. Of course, the vitality of the ancient magic trees was very strong, but even so, it did not affect their growth. From here on out, the ancient tree was still lush with leaves. Brando saw a circle of people standing in the hall. The druid elder he met the first time was among them, and there were a few other elders. There were a total of 17 people. Brando sensed that there were only 2 of them who had the same aura as Big Druid Grey Crow. This meant that the 3 great druids of the Green Tower were gathered here. They really think highly of me. Brando could not help but think. Suddenly, he saw a small figure rushing out from the side of the room, her long green hair fluttering in the wind as she threw herself into his arms. "Brother Brando!" Sifred cried out happily as she buried her head in Brando's embrace. As the chosen one of the forest goddess, she knew that Brando had left the Abbey's for this place. She had been waiting for this day for more than a month, and this day had finally come. Brando was stunned for a moment before he recognized the little girl. Sifred had grown a little taller in the past half a year, and her complexion had also become a lot rosier. It seemed that the druids had taken good care of her. But he did not know that there was a misunderstanding. The druids did not know how to take care of people, and Sifred's daily life had been taken care of by the tree elves. Since they were entrusted by the great druids, the tree elves did not dare to be negligent. Brando stroked Sifred's head and looked up at the druid elders. "I like people who keep their promises." I'm very satisfied that you did not lie to me. Sifrid seemed to understand that Brando was about to get to the point. She tilted her head in response to Brando's hand and obediently stood to the side. Amandina squatted down and held the little girl's hand with a smile. Sifrid responded with a sweet smile in return. My lord. The oldest great druid standing in the middle of the 17 druid elders spoke up. He was leaning on a walking stick and had a long cloak of leaves draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows and beard were completely white, and his face was filled with wrinkles, but his eyes were sharp and spirited. But before he could speak, Brando politely interrupted him. Great elder. He said, I am a noble of the Erewhon kingdom, but my identity is meaningless outside of the human world. You don't have to address me as such. You are the elder here, and I am the younger one. You can just call me Brando. The great elder was slightly taken aback, but his expression softened as he nodded. Then he looked at Andelu and asked him to speak to Brando. My lord, let me speak. Brando knew that this was the great elder's way of repaying his respect. He nodded and did not object. What the great elder wants to ask is, my lord, you said that you understand the ancient druid magic, and even the secrets of the Black Forest. He wants to know how much of that is true. These druids really don't know how to interact with people. Why would a guest come from afar and not let them rest first, and directly come over to discuss business? Brendel thought in his heart. The impression that he gave others was a little too cold and unreasonable. But he liked this style. If he had to stay here for 3 days and slowly discuss the important matters after the banquet, he would not be able to enter the loop of trade winds for at least half a month. He did not have that much time to squander. He thought for a moment and replied, I only know a little about ancient magic, but it doesn't mean that I understand it, let alone that I'm good at it. As for the Black Forest at the border of Tonajul, I do know some inside information. For example, you said that the ruins in the forest are Valhalla. Is this true? A tall druid asked. No, Brando looked at him and confirmed that he was a druid of the Beast Spirit Circle. I only said that Valhalla is in the loop of trade winds. As for whether it is the ruins or not, I can only say that the location of the ruins is very close. The great elder nodded. Brando did not like to boast, but he also did not jump to conclusions easily. This made the great elder feel that he was somewhat trustworthy. But he did not reply, and the other druids only looked at each other. Chapter 370. The first elder didn't say anything, but he was thinking about it in his heart. The name Valhalla came from an ancient legend. It was said that there was a fantasy kingdom in the loop of trade winds, the resting place of the brave warriors. One of the most primitive fire seeds in the world of Wonde was stored there. As long as the fire seed was ignited, the order of the Kalanga Peninsula would be restored. It was possible that a vast land as vast as the Cruz Empire would be formed. The druids of the Deadwood Council had been guarding this secret for generations. This was also why they wanted to enter the loop of trade winds to find out the truth behind this strange atmospheric circulation phenomenon. However, Valhalla was just like a legend. It was there, but also not there. Countless druids passed through the loop of trade winds and entered the Kalanga Mountains, but they found nothing. The only thing they found was the ruins near the center of the loop of trade winds. However, the great elder knew that Andrew and the others had only found the outer area of the ruins. The center of the loop of trade winds was the center of the loop of trade winds, and no one could pass through it. Mr. Brendel, I'm sure Elder Greycrow has told you about the recent changes in the loop of trade winds? Greycrow looked up at Brendel and asked, I'm sure Elder Greycrow has told you about it before coming here? Brando nodded. The changes in the loop of trade winds were caused by the ebb and flow of the Mana Tide, so it was not something that happened recently. Actually, he did not tell us the truth. We're in a much bigger trouble than that, the great elder said slowly. Brando did not say anything. He looked at the 17 druid elders. Including Grey Raven, there were 18 of them. They should be all the elders of the loop of the sky in this area, including the 3 great druids. He suddenly understood why they were gathered here. The druids were in trouble, and it sounded like it was not a small problem. Otherwise, they would not have come to him. However, he did not take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price. Instead, he nodded silently. The great elder seemed to be satisfied with Brando's attitude. The young man's humility made the great elder believe that he was a human he could interact with. The loop of trade winds. He quoted, "This atmospheric circulation starts at the eastern end of the Karana Peninsula and surrounds the Karana Mountains. It is the most spectacular natural phenomenon in the southern part of Wonde. On a clear day, even in Tonajul and Vlada, you can see this white wall of clouds running from east to west, hanging upside down in the southern sky of Erewhon. The geography of Lantern Island, the work of Master Tolman," Brando said, slightly surprised. He thought that these druids really didn't care about worldly affairs, but it seemed that they still had some contact with the civilized world, just not known to the world. The great elder nodded. The Ring of Skies is a loose organization. The druids have their own tasks and have been monitoring the movements of the Black Forest for a long time. And we, the Deadwood Council, have been guarding the secrets of the loop of trade winds for generations. The great elder turned his head and looked through the canopy at the white wall of clouds in the south. The thick layer of clouds was tens of thousands of meters high and stretched endlessly from east to west. Some birds were flying in the sky with the cloud wall as the background, but they were so small that they looked like a few black dots. The Black Forest south of Tonajul has always been called the wilderness closest to civilization in the Ring of Skies. It is the most stable Black Forest around the world of Wonde. Not to mention that the border of Tonajul is rarely attacked by monsters, even the areas deep in the forest border are rarely seen. Brando listened to the great elder's description and nodded in agreement. The great elder was telling the truth. The Black Forest at the border of Tonajul was indeed known for its gentleness. Otherwise, the players of Erewhon would not have ventured into the Black Forest from here for the first time. And they would not have been able to complete the magnificent feat of going deep into the Kalanga Mountains so early. The reason is because of the loop of trade winds, right? The young lord asked. Not only was the Grand Elder shocked by his words, but the other 17 Druid elders, including Grey Crow, couldn't help but look at him in disbelief. How do you know? This time, we have been in the Black Forest for a month. We have encountered thunderstorms twice and snowfall once. 11 days have been sunny and windy. 3 days have been scorching hot like summer. The rest of the days have been cloudy. Brando ignored their surprise and continued to speak. There have been a week when the day was less than 6 hours, and one day when there was no night. This is the Black Forest. The deeper you go into the forest, the more obvious the changes will be, and the more abnormal the phenomena will be. But in this ever-changing wilderness, there is a huge atmospheric circulation that has never changed. The trade winds arrive at the Kalanga Peninsula every year, accompanied by abundant rain. Does this mean that there is a hidden order? He looked at the great elder. Clang! The great elder's cane fell to the ground, but he did not bend down to pick it up. Instead, he looked at Brando with a complicated expression. You do know this place very well. Yes, it is as you have guessed. The great elder paused for a moment before continuing Brando's words. We have discovered that the loop of trade winds has stabilized the order of this region more than 100 years ago. But recently, this situation has changed. What happened? Brando asked. Something strange has happened in the loop of trade winds, Mr. Brando. The area that we could enter easily in the past has become dangerous. The forest is full of dangers, and the ancient trees no longer provide us with guidance. In there. The great elder seemed to be searching for a suitable description. It is like being shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Nothing can be seen or heard. Is that all? No. Since a few weeks ago, those who entered the forest were attacked. Some were injured, but fortunately, no one died. Brando asked after hearing the great elder's explanation. So you are worried that this is a sign? The power of the loop of trade winds is gradually weakening, and it could be destroyed in an instant. Once the loop of trade winds collapses, the factor that stabilizes the Karana Peninsula will no longer exist. The violent mana brought by the great tide will corrode this region, and even Trondheim will be affected. The original guarded land will be reduced to nothing. Brando's words hit the nail on the head. The great elder nodded with a heavy expression. Their worries were not unfounded. The kingdom of Erewhon did not have the strength to defend the south, and once the Kalanga Peninsula was destroyed, Tonajal and even the entire Randner region would fall back into the wilderness. Your guess is correct. There is such a possibility. Brando thought for a moment and replied, but this problem is not unsolvable. There is a way. Andrew blurted out. The elders had discussed this matter for half a month without any results. How did this young man solve the problem with just a few words? He could not help but look at Brendel, wondering if he was just boasting. I am also curious, Brando replied, since you know about the great tide, how can you not know about the connection between the two? You mean? The great elder was shocked. The weakening of the loop of trade winds is caused by the great tide? Isn't it obvious that the enemy is strong, and we are weak? But wait, Mr. Brando. The previous great tides only happened within the past 100 years. The magic moon did not have such a strong influence. The great elder exclaimed in shock. Brando slapped his forehead and suddenly realized where the problem was. You don't know about the Millennium Tide? What is that? The great tide that occurs once every 1,000 years. The last great tide ended the year of chaos, and this great tide is coming soon. The loop of trade winds is obviously affected by the great tide, Brando replied. The druids no longer doubted that the young lord was boasting. Their expressions changed. I remember now, Andrew suddenly said, my lord, when we were in Hades, you told me that this era is coming to an end, and the magic moon is coming. The last great tide ended the year of chaos, and no one knows what will happen this time. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for you to suppress the growth of the dark forest. The burly druid elder cried out in annoyance, damn it. I didn't notice it at that time. I thought you were just talking about the normal great tide of the magic moon. Brando looked at the dozen druid elders strangely. But didn't you ask for the opinions of the other members of the Loop of the Sky? I remember that although your organization is scattered, you still have a headquarters in the sacred land. Isn't there a lot of documents from before the great tide? Don't tell me that no one knows about the great tide. That's right, the great elder replied. He was not surprised that Brando knew about the secrets of the druids. He guessed that the young man had some kind of relationship with the druids. Otherwise, how could he know so much about them? We druids rely on the wind of trade winds to transmit information. It takes at least one season for us to go back and forth. But the next season is spring, the season of the goddess. By the time we receive a reply, it will be summer. I see. Brando nodded. All right, he said, let's get back to the topic. Let's see how we can solve this problem. If we have to wait until summer, I'm afraid I can't wait that long. Then, my lord, do you have any ideas? The great elder changed the way he addressed Brendel. Nothing, Brando replied. We can only deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. You mean? Valhalla. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 371. When the tree elves saw the pale-faced human open the door and walk out, they couldn't help but greet him warmly and curiously. Hello, Nozadar. The weather is good today. Let's go out for a walk. Their chatter made Nozadar feel a little dizzy. If it was before, he would have been overjoyed to have so many beautiful elven girls talking and laughing around him. But now, he only felt that everything was unfamiliar. The sunlight that shone through the shade of the trees was unusually dazzling. The young man couldn't help but raise his hand to block the dazzling light. He had been cooped up in the house for a long time and couldn't adapt to the outside world. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" the elven girl asked with concern. "No." He shook his head and forced a smile. Then, he looked down at the residential area. The tree elves had arranged for him to live in the northeast area of the residential area between 3 tall trees. The scenery here was very good. The elves had built a platform to form a courtyard. Other than his room, there were a few other elven families living on the platform. Everyone treated him warmly. But Nozadar felt a sense of alienation. He felt that he didn't belong here. "What's wrong?" He looked down at the residential area and asked, "Why is it so noisy?" "I heard that many people from the outside world have come," an elf replied. "People from the outside world?" "Just like you, human." "Not only that, there are also lizard men." They started chattering again. "Why don't we go take a look together, Nozadar?" someone suggested. The young man was a little tempted. But at that moment, an elven guard came up from below. She was slightly surprised when she saw the young man and asked in a pleasant voice, "Nozadar, you've come out?" "Lady Claire." The young man recognized the elven guard. She was the one who led him to this courtyard that day. "I heard that people from the outside world have come in." "Yes, there are quite a few," the elven guard replied. "Why? Do you still want to go out?" But normally, no one would go too far from the Green Tower. The Druid elders would occasionally go to the outside world, but they wouldn't bring you along. She suddenly understood. "I understand. You want to see if those people are your companions, right?" Nozadar nodded. "I heard that it's a lord, a human lord." "Lord?" Nosida asked curiously, "Why would a lord of the human world come here?" "I thought the druids didn't want to interact with them." "I don't know." Claire shook her head. "But they seem to be guests of the elders. There are people from several countries. They seem to be from Cruz and Buga." "Oh yes, there are also people from Erewhon." "Erewhon?" Nosida's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly became excited. "Claire, can you do me a favor?" "I know. You want me to take you to them, don't you?" The young man smiled awkwardly. "What's so good about the outside world?" The elven guard shook his head and sighed. "All right, come with me." "Nosida, are you leaving?" someone asked. The young man thought of his wife who might still be waiting for him to return and nodded. At the same time, Brando's discussion with the Druid elders had just come to an end. The young lord told the great elder that the most direct way to solve the problem of the loop of trade winds was to find the primordial fire seed that was said to be preserved in Valhalla. According to the legends, once the fire seed was ignited, the Black Forest would gradually become a protected land, and all problems would be easily solved. "But I'll have to wait for 3 days before I can confirm what I'm going to do." According to the great elder's description, he suspected that the creature that attacked the druids in the loop of trade winds was a rare magical creature. He had fought with that thing before. Although it was only a few times, he still remembered the strange way it attacked. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard Amandina sigh beside him. "So beautiful." Brando turned around and saw the noble's daughter looking at an elf playing a flute on a suspension bridge not far away. The melody was melodious and beautiful, and it was captivating. But he did not know if she was talking about the melody or the place. The Green Tower was known for its beautiful scenery in the Amber Sword. With a magnificent wall of clouds as the background, the town was built in mid-air and connected by suspension bridges made of vines. The whole place was filled with a sense of fantasy. Ever since he left the Withering Tree Council, Brando had promised Amandina to tour this strange town with him. Amandina seemed to be in high spirits today, and it was rare for her to be so happy. The 3 of them arrived at a market called Centaur's Hoof. The market was suspended in mid-air and was made of wood. It was divided into 3 levels. The 4 corners of the market were connected by suspension bridges made of vines, but the market itself was suspended in the air by magic. There were many tree elves here, but most of the residents were centaurs. The market sold all kinds of goods, such as grains, fabrics, strange plants, fruits, magical materials, strange ores, and magical items. The dark forest was rich in natural resources, so the market was filled with all kinds of strange goods. However, the trade here was still at the stage of bartering, and was not limited to gold and silver. This was because gold and silver were only used as magical materials in the dark forest. Brando, Amandina, Sifrid, and Scarlet first went to the third level of the market to watch a free gladiator fight. The centaurs had bad tempers and often fought with each other, but there was a special place for them to vent their frustrations. In fact, the tree elves would occasionally meet up for an archery competition, but it was clear that they did not have the chance to enjoy it today. After that, they went to a bar opened by the tree elves and tasted a special flower nectar. It tasted like fruit wine, but it had a strong aftertaste. Brando quickly realized that he had made a mistake because Amandina and Scarlet were not players. They only took a small sip and their faces flushed red. Brendel hurriedly stopped the two ladies, lest they fall head first into the bar because of the alcohol. That would be a big joke. But Amandina was clearly not done yet. She had heard from the owner of the bar that there was a specialty of the Green Tower, tree gems. These gems looked like emeralds, but they were more crystalline and translucent. What's more, they were not expensive either. Amandina was tempted. She acted coquettishly under the influence of alcohol and pestered Brando to bring them to have a look. Brando looked at Amandina's flushed face and shook his head. He did not expect this calm and rational lady to have such poor alcohol tolerance. However, Scarlet's face was also red from drinking too much, and she seemed to be moved by Amandina's suggestion. Brando knew that he could not refuse. But he came to a conclusion. Women seemed to have no resistance to shiny things. This was similar to the habits of the Dragon clan. Fortunately, Brendel had the foresight to take out some magic crystals from the five-headed basilisk's nest. These things were hard currency in this place. If it was an ornament made of tree gems, a lesser moon crystal could be exchanged for a bunch of them. Thus, when Brando placed a small piece of blazing agate in front of the centaur shop owner, the centaur merchant who had been doing business here for many years knew that he had a big customer. However, there was no way that he could earn much from selling the tree gems. The centaur merchant promoted the ornaments that he had personally crafted while trying to find out if the young lord needed any mysterious magical items. Brando was a little amused. He knew about this kind of magic shop. It was a place where you could buy a lot of cheap magic materials, but it was a little rare to see a finished product. It might be able to fool a new player who came here for the first time, but for a veteran like him, it was a little disdainful. Brando, let him take it out for me to have a look. Amandina's face was red as she squinted her eyes and whispered, see if it's as good as yours, my lord. Brando suddenly felt that this noble lady was quite cute. He nodded, take it out for me to have a look. The centaur merchant's face lit up with joy. If he could sell one or two accessories, he would not have to do business for the rest of the month. He mysteriously took out a pair of rings and said to Brando, Sir, I bought these rings from a witch. Legend has it that they have the power of love. As long as your two female companions wear them, they will fall in love with you forever. What kind of nonsense is that? Amandina covered Sifrid's ears and said to the centaur merchant, take it back, my lord won't buy such despicable things. Brando shook his head with a smile. If two enchanted rings were called rings with the power of love, then wouldn't the ring of the Wind Empress be a divine artifact blessed by the Wind God? But he suddenly remembered that the ring of the Wind Empress on his hand was the real deal. It was a divine artifact blessed by the Wind God, even if it was just a fragment. He coughed and shook his head. If that's all you have, then I think we should just buy some gems. Don't, the centaur merchant immediately stopped them. I have something else that my lord will like. Brando was surprised. You know that we came from the outside world? The centaur merchant smiled mysteriously. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by my lord. I've been doing business here for decades, and I know most of the people in the Green Tower. So that's how it is, Brendel replied. then your business is really difficult. The centaur merchant's face immediately turned awkward. He realized that his little trick had been seen through, and he could only smile. Don't worry, my lord, this time it's definitely not that kind of thing. Oh. I bought this from a witch. She came from the outside world just like you. The centaur merchant took out a box and opened it. Then he opened the box, and there was a shield-shaped stone piece inside. Brando's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The stone key. P.S. Wrong name. Equals, smiley face. Chapter 372. The Stone Key. Legend has it that it was used to open the portal between the elemental plane and the world of Wond. In the Amber Sword, its other function was to open an item to build a city in the wilderness. This thing and the Fire Seed were twins. The Fire Seed represented the rules of order, and the Stone Key was built on the basis of the elements. This was the law established by Lady Martha at the beginning of the world, using the law to restrain magic, and building the world with the elements. This thing was worth a lot in the game, and what was even rarer was that it was priceless. This was because most of the high-level quests that involved the elemental plane required it as a core item. For example, Brando had the quest to upgrade Halran Gaia. When the young man saw the shield-shaped stone in the box, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. There was only one voice that repeatedly echoed in his heart, wear out iron shoes in vain, only to find it by chance. Little guy, you're in luck. Orthlis seemed to have felt Brando's emotional fluctuations and woke up from her deep sleep. Brando nodded, but his expression did not change. He asked, "What is this?" "This is the stone key." The centaur boss replied, "Legend has it that it can be used to open a passage that connects our world to another world." Brando pretended to be impatient and interrupted him, "A passage to another world? What's in that world?" The centaur boss was speechless. He had only heard this story from the witch who had received the goods. That wicked old woman had even taken away the best tree gem in his hands. "I heard that it's an elemental plane, right?" he replied, choosing his words carefully. "Elemental plane?" Brando was puzzled. His expression was innocent. "What am I going to do there?" "Little guy," Orthlis could not help but shake her head in his heart, "you're just as good at pretending as Eloranta. If she saw you, she would definitely like you." "Elanta, great sage?" Brando asked in his mind. "Well, Orthlis coughed softly. "Gretel, Fanzan, Lord San Orso, and Elanta. Elanta is the oldest. When they were young, she was the one who dealt with the employers and merchants." "Isn't that the commander?" "More or less." While Brando and Orthlis were talking, the centaur owner was caught in a dilemma. It seemed like Brando was not as interested in this thing as the two rings, which made him a little depressed. "Sir, the witch told me that this thing is very beneficial to elementalists." Brando thought to himself that this was the truth. Using the stone key to open an earth elemental channel would allow an elementalist's earth elemental pool to expand by 100 times within 20 seconds. During this time, he could cast 20 to 30 earth elemental spells at the same time, and the earth elemental channel could perfectly support it. An elementalist in that state would be like a superhuman as long as they had mana support. However, to use a core item worth tens of millions of Tor as a one-time consumable item, Brando wondered how rich he was. At least, he had never seen someone like that before. But when he looked at the centaur owner, he felt that at least this sentence was domineering enough. He laughed in his heart and pretended to be a little tempted. "Is that so? How much is this thing worth?" The centaur owner was considering whether to ask for the flame agate in Brando's hand, but the price of a flame agate was almost enough to buy half of his shop. He was worried that if he asked for such a price, the other party would turn around and leave. But just as he was hesitating, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the stone key. "Boss, I want this thing." The owner of the voice threw a piece of flame agate and said softly. But how could Brando let the duck in his hand fly away? Just as the owner of the voice's hand touched the shield-shaped stone slab, a bolt of lightning shot out from Brando's hand and knocked the stone slab out of the box. Then, he stretched his right hand forward, trying to grab the stone key that was in midair. However, the owner of the voice was obviously not an easy person to deal with. "Damn it, elementalist." The owner of the voice snorted softly. Suddenly, he drew his sword and beat the stone key away. The stone key flew into the centaur shop and hit the wooden shelf, then bounced back to the two of them. The owner of the voice immediately tried to snatch it back, but before she could do anything, the stone key suddenly stopped in midair and was lifted up by a whirlwind as if it had hit a ball of cotton. It flew towards Brando. Windbind, dual elementalist. The owner of the voice stamped her foot and gave up on the idea of directly snatching the stone key. She simply stabbed her sword towards Brando. But Brando was not alarmed when he saw that the owner of the voice had turned to attack him. Because before the owner of the voice could make a move, vines suddenly sprouted from all directions and tightly wrapped around her. This was the druid's barrier spell. With a clang, the young lady's sword fell to the ground. It hurts. She squinted her eyes. Brando finally had the time to size up the opponent who came out of nowhere. He was slightly startled because the opponent was neither a Tannian nor a tree elf. She was a Cruz citizen through and through. Just by looking at the other party's long blonde hair and emerald green eyes, such obvious characteristics allowed the young lord to distinguish that the other party was definitely a noble of the Kurlutz Empire, a pure-blooded descendant of the Flame King's first batch of followers, a descendant of the Eagle Knights. But this young lady was wearing a white princess dress and long black leather boots. Her long wavy hair was tied into two unusually gorgeous ponytails on both sides of her head. She was dancing under the vines while glaring hatefully at him. There was only one word left in Brando's mind. Blonde twin ponytails. But to dare to make a move in the territory of the druids, she had guts. You shameless." The girl's eyebrows were raised to a sharp degree. She glared at Brando. "How can you snatch something from a lady's hands?" "Wait," Brando hurriedly interrupted her. "When did this thing become yours?" I clearly paid for it." The girl choked, but immediately said righteously, "Hurry up and give it back to me, hateful country bumpkin." Brando glanced at the agate and replied, "Miss, you paid for it, but did the boss take it?" Buying by force is the same as selling by force. It's not a very noble act. You. The girl was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. But now that her hands and feet were tied, she couldn't fight back even if she wanted to. Besides, her companions didn't come up. She couldn't help but turn her head, but her emerald eyes immediately lit up. "Faina, what's wrong?" The first to come up was a black-haired youth. He was wearing a black trench coat unique to Cruz's Royal Alchemists. Brando was stunned when he saw him. The Cruz Royal Alchemists required level 10 alchemists to be qualified to join. How old was this guy? No matter how Brando looked at him, he didn't look more than 15 years old. Even a genius shouldn't be like this, right? But what he didn't expect was that after the youth checked the condition of his companions, he immediately raised his head and said, "You hurt my companions, I want to duel with you." Then the youth looked up at the ancient tree above and said loudly, "Spirits above, I promise not to harm this gentleman's life. I only want to teach him a lesson. This is a dispute between us, I hope no one will interfere." Just as he finished speaking, a green light flashed in the canopy. The agreement is established. When Brendel saw the light, he knew that the barrier of peace that the druids had set up had been removed. He sighed in his heart. He actually met an experienced druid. And more importantly, this veteran was still a child. But before Brando could answer, Scarlet put down her lightning spear and blocked his way. The red-haired girl with a long ponytail coldly stared at the two people opposite her. "My lord, let me take your place." "Mountain people?" The youth was slightly surprised when he saw her red hair. "You're not locals?" "They're Erewin's people." The noble girl called Faina scoffed, "A bunch of hateful country bumpkins." She struggled a little and tried to get the vines to loosen their grip, but the more she struggled, the tighter the vines became. Ugh, it hurts. Faina, don't move, it's useless. It'll be fine in a while. The young man glanced at his companion and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the young lady's impulsiveness had put him in a difficult position. This is the effect of the druid's peace barrier. Who told you to be so impulsive? Damn it, it's all these country bumpkins' fault. The noble girl said with tears in her eyes, Rono, help me teach them a lesson. Let them know that the dignity of the Cruz Empire is inviolable. Amandina could not help but furrow her brows when she heard this. Brando heard the two of them calling them country bumpkins again and again. No matter how good his manners were, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. Besides, he did not like the Cruz Empire to begin with, and when he heard the last sentence, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Well said. The young lord smiled coldly. Well said, the dignity of the Cruz Empire is inviolable. The youth raised his head again and looked at Scarlet, who was standing in front of Brando, and said with disdain, a man who wants a woman to stand in front of him has no right to say such things to me. Brando felt the tendons on his scalp twitching. He said to the red-haired girl, Scarlet, this time you move aside. Let me see how invincible the Cruz Empire is. He raised his head and saw more people dressed as knights rushing over. They were all from the Cruz Empire. Strange, why are they here? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 373. The night was still far away. But the black-haired boy had already thrown 2 bottles at him. Alchemy bombs? Brando frowned and took a step back. Although it was said that the bombs were harmless, they were merciless. If the bombs were thrown at an ordinary person, they would either be dead or crippled. The bottle exploded in midair, and the boiling acid and glass shards scattered in all directions. But before they could touch his body, they were blocked by a bright and dark red shield-shaped flame shield that appeared in front of him. The Crimson Blessing spell automatically took effect. However, when the white smoke dispersed, Brando found that there were 2 strange humanoid creatures in front of him. They looked like meat golems. Their twisted and ugly bodies were covered with alchemy circles. They looked like a pile of flabby meat. But when he looked at them carefully, they were much weaker than meat golems and only slightly taller than an adult. They were called mutants. They were a kind of level 25 alchemy life. Although they were living beings, they did not have feelings, emotions, or intelligence. It was not against the teachings of the Holy Cathedral. At the same time, 12 spherical metal objects appeared behind the black-haired boy. They were magic conductors. Brando instantly understood the boy's plan. He used the alchemy life to buy time and the magic conductors to set up the alchemy circles. It seemed that the boy was preparing for a more advanced alchemy spell. He has a lot of combat experience. Brando was a little surprised. Is he from the special department? He knew that there was a special team in the Royal Alchemy Association of Cruz. The members of this team were not only experienced alchemists, but also fighters who were good at combat. They had a blood-red eagle as their emblem and were known as the War Alchemists. The War Alchemists were a combat class of alchemists. But Brando did not expect to meet them here. And the boy was too young. But Brando shook his head. Is that all you've got? The young lord from Aween did not even need to draw his sword. He stood on the spot and pressed his right hand forward. The white raven sword art immediately produced a gust of wind that collided with the 2 mutants. The power of a gold-ranked ranker was terrifying, and the 2 mutants did not even have the chance to resist. They were sent flying backwards. The noble lady who was trapped screamed and lowered her head. One of the mutants almost brushed her golden hair as it flew past. The knights in the distance also reacted quickly. They moved to the sides, allowing the 2 mutants to hit the ground and bounce up. Then, they crashed into the fence in that direction and fell down 100 meters. The Cruz Empire doesn't seem to be that good. Brando reached out his hand and asked. The wind pressure continued to advance, and the youth was shocked. He did not expect this Aween man to not be as easy to deal with as he thought. The two iron-ranked beasts did not even manage to stop him for a moment. In his previous battles, no matter how strong his opponents were, they would always be delayed by these two mutant beasts. Tyre's wall. The boy gritted his teeth and shouted. The metal Magitech immediately formed a ring around him. 12 transparent shields blocked the whirlwind created by Brando. Tyre was a famous magus. He was known for his expertise in defensive spells. He had invented many famous defensive spells and defensive magic devices. After blocking Brando's attack, the black-haired boy took a deep breath and prepared to counterattack. But at this moment, a large, sturdy hand pressed down on his shoulder. The knight had arrived. Rono, you're no match for him. Step back and use your alchemy to support us. Leave this guy to us. The knight who stopped the black-haired youth was clad in full armor and wore a full helmet with purple and green feathers. He spoke in a low, muffled voice, and Brendel could tell that he was a centurion just by looking at his attire. Captain? The black-haired boy was shocked. He thought that the knight was just a second-rate elementalist. He did not expect Vahina to be so difficult to deal with. Leave it to us. Where's Master Cullens? He'll be here soon. The captain of the knight turned to look at Brando, his green eyes full of caution. Sir, is the crew's empire only so-so? You talk big. Then I'll show you, Erwin. He swung his sword and more than 20 knights swarmed in from both sides. At the same time, the spherical Magitech spread out with the black-haired boy in the center. 12 light beams shot down and began to draw a secret circle on the ground. Every time the light beam drew a node, the boy would throw a secondary moon crystal into the small circle at the center of the node. The circle he created was divided into 3 layers, with 22 nodes forming a 3-dimensional cone-shaped synthesis formula. The speed at which the magic conductor was constructed was astonishing, and it was not inferior to the blood refinement. But the magic conductor was expensive, and only a few people were able to make it. Not everyone could afford to use it, and the advanced magic conductor required extremely high-quality amber ores to operate. Brendel could not help but think that perhaps only a rich empire like Kurlutz could afford to let its alchemists use such a luxury. But the so-called pride of mankind, the Eagle Empire, Cruz? Brando sneered in his heart. The tragic end of the Princess Regent in the Amber Sword was definitely related to this so-called glorious empire. Duke Arek could not give an answer as to where the assassins came from, but the players were everywhere. How could they hide from him? He thought to himself. I haven't even gone looking for trouble with these guys, and they've already come knocking on my door. Fine, I'll let these arrogant bastards know that Wonde is not centered around Cruz. It's just a country favored by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He glanced at the young man and recognized that he was about to draw the magic circle of storm mist. This kind of alchemy potion greatly amplified the strength of melee fighters, so he naturally could not let him finish. Although the speed of the formation of the Magitech's formation was enough to make the average alchemist feel ashamed, it was not worth mentioning in Brando's eyes. The young lord stretched out his right hand and held a flame-patterned agate between his metal fingers. The flame-patterned agate contained more than 10 times more mana than the lesser moon crystal, and it was best used to make an embryo. Brando's mind moved, and the power of the advanced alchemy circle drawn by Bahamut immediately penetrated the magic crystal, causing it to shatter. Not far away, the centaur boss who was frightened by the sudden change saw the scene with his own eyes, but he could not help but cry out in pain. That was a flame-patterned agate. Mana gushed out from the broken magic crystal. The pure mana in the crystal was not contaminated by chaos, so it had a beautiful sky blue color. It was like a mist that surrounded Brando's hand. However, in the next moment, 3 horizontal magic circles ran through Brando's gauntlet, binding the mana inwards. The magic circles compressed forward, and together with the mana, they formed a sphere in Brando's palm. The blue mana pulsed slightly in the sphere, as if it was nurturing something to break out of its cocoon. Brando held the sphere in his hand and shot a dazzling blue light forward, passing through the three knight and shooting into the magic circle of the black-haired young man. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he could only watch as the magic circle that he had built turned into ashes in an instant. Counter-alchemy. His opponent was also an alchemist. And a battle-type alchemist. But what shocked the young man was that the speed of his alchemy circle was so fast. Counter-alchemy was a 7-circle alchemy spell, 2 circles higher than storm mist. Blood refining? But that was not right. How could blood refining have such a high-level technique? Blood refining's magic circle was red, and his opponent's magic circle was bright white. The black-haired young man fell back in confusion. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly covered it with his hands, but the bright red blood still gushed out from between his fingers. Counter-alchemy had almost instantly damaged his internal organs. Rono. The noble lady who was entangled by the thorns was shocked and cried out. The knight was also stunned. They did not expect that the black-haired young man, who had always been known as the strongest alchemist in the empire, would be severely injured by his opponent. Moreover, his opponent was also using alchemy and was also so young. The captain of the knight was shocked at first, but then he was furious. He could not imagine how furious His Majesty would be if he knew that such a genius was injured under his protection, and what kind of fate would befall him. Kill him. He shouted angrily, but the captain of the knight immediately realized that he was in the territory of the Druids. He quickly changed his words and said, "Capture that Erewhon man." "Capture me?" Brando sneered. "What right do you have to capture me?" He looked around. There were more than 20 knights present, and every one of them was at least a middle silver. On one hand, this showed Cruz's strength. On the other hand, it also showed that the black-haired young man and the blonde lady with double ponytails were not simple people. However, there were only a little more than 20 middle-level silver knights. Brando heard their conversation just now and knew that they might have more powerful reinforcements, so he did not want to waste any more time on them. He took a step forward. With the young Lord of Erewhon as the epicenter, an unparalleled wave of energy exploded in all directions. Driven by the power of a level 16 military swordsmanship and the power of a gold-ranked knight, the White Raven sword's aura was so sharp that it was almost tangible. Although Brando did not draw his sword, the white aura was already as sharp as a blade. The centurion did not expect that this young man had not only stepped into the gold-ranked knight, but also reached the level of a master in swordsmanship. A quasi-sword saint. The knights screamed, but they were already swept away in a fan shape. There was no way they could resist the power of a knight who was 3 whole ranks higher than them. In just one breath, the 20 knights of the Cruz Empire were completely defeated. Brando was not surprised at all. If it was before he went to Schaflund, it would have taken him a lot of effort to get rid of these people. But now, they were no different from chickens and dogs. He raised his head and saw the noble lady cowering back weakly. Don't come over." To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. Chapter 374. Faina, what's going on here? Before Brendel could reply, a nobleman wearing a black ceremonial robe came out from the crowd of centaurs that were watching from afar. He looked at the young lady who was tied up, then at Rono and the other knight on the ground, and his expression changed. The middle-aged man raised his head and saw Brando standing in the middle of the field with Amandina and Scarlet behind him. His expression darkened, and he immediately pulled out his long sword and stabbed towards them. Brando felt a scorching aura along with the tip of his sword. Passive element, gold domain. Brendel and Scarlet's eyebrows twitched. The elements in their bodies reacted at the same time. After the space stagnated, everyone felt the temperature plummet. Arcs of electricity danced on the lightning spear in Scarlet's hand. The middle-aged man's sword was blocked by a fire shield when it was 3 inches away from Brando. His expression changed, and he immediately retreated, cautiously looking at the 2 youths. "Who are you?" Cullens was shocked. He could tell that Brando and Scarlet were not Tanians, nor were they tree elves. Scarlet's striking red hair made it easy for him to tell that she was a Highlander. How come he had never heard of 2 gold domains at such a young age? Count Cullens, they're Erwin's people. Faina patted her chest and sighed in relief when she saw the middle-aged man rushing over. They're the ones who injured Rono and the others. That young man, he even said that the Empire isn't worth mentioning. The Empire isn't worth mentioning? Cullen snorted when he heard those words. The glory of the Empire was the pride of every citizen of the Eagle Kingdom. In his eyes, Awin was just a small group of rebels. If it wasn't for the Wind Elves who were behind the scenes, Awin would have been wiped out long ago. Even if the Erwin were recognized by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the proud Cruz Empire was still unwilling to admit this. In their eyes, the Erwin Empire was just a group of country bumpkins, and the nobles among them weren't nobles at all. The Erwin Empire's king, Eric, was indeed from a noble family with a long history in the Cruz Empire. He looked at Brando with a dark gaze. Young man, are you the one who said that? Brando looked at the noble, and his impression of him ran in his mind. But there were too many nobles in the Cruz Empire, and the number of gold domains were as many as the stars in the sky. I'm just telling the truth. He replied casually. Well said. Cullens ground his teeth, but there was a cold smile on his pale face. But I heard that your empire is in trouble right now. Oberg VII was defeated by Amir Madara, and he sent an envoy to beg the emperor for help. Oh, that old man should be dead by now, right? He pretended to think for a moment, and sighed. There's civil strife, and it seems that your empire isn't doing well, young man. I don't know if the princess is interested in our 9th prince, or else our prince might be able to help. Even if the Cruz Empire isn't worth mentioning, it would be easy for them to solve the problem of the Erwin Empire. The noble's words were filled with mockery, and it was jarring to the ears of any Awin citizen. It took Amandina a lot of effort to hold herself back from retorting. She was a girl after all, but she still gritted her teeth inwardly. Even Scarlet furrowed her brows. No matter how despicable Erwin Empire was, it was still a country shared by everyone in this land. Being mocked by an outsider made her uncomfortable. As for Brando himself, the moment the man mentioned the princess, his face darkened. He placed his hand on the hilt of Halran Gaia for the first time. He didn't draw his sword because he didn't want to kill anyone. But if someone wanted to die, he didn't mind helping them. A mere gold rancor. He could easily defeat Coden with his swordsmanship and strength, but that wasn't his full strength. Don't forget that Brando was also a planeswalker and an elementalist. He didn't even need Scarlet to interfere. He was confident that he could make Coden unable to utter a single syllable within 10 moves. Sifred held Amandina's hand. She didn't have any feelings for the Erwin Empire, but at least she knew that it was her brother's homeland. When she saw Brando's dark expression, she knew that he was unhappy. She raised her head and looked at the Count. Who are you? You're not welcome here. Count Cullens was stunned. He didn't think that a child would dare to refute him. He was stunned for a moment, but he immediately sneered. How uncultured. As expected of a country bumpkin's child. But before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't continue. He wasn't the only one. Even the centaurs around him felt the air suddenly turn cold. The centaurs loved to watch a spectacle, and gladiator fights were a common occurrence for them. But at this moment, they saw a layer of frost forming on the wooden floor of the corridor at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cold frost caused the wooden floor to creak as if it was about to break. The frost was like a white snake that extended from Brando's feet to Cullen's. Is this an element? What a high-level ice element! The Count of Cruz's expression changed in an instant. He raised his sword to block Brendel's attack, but at that moment, a low voice came from outside the crowd. Stop. Count Cullens was startled, but Brando didn't seem to hear it. He had already unsheathed Halran Gaia, and the power of his element had reached its peak at this moment. It was as if the power of his element had reappeared in Grodden's hall. The white snake of frost shot towards Cullens like lightning, but this time it was destined to fail. An invisible force suddenly blocked Brando's momentum. It was like a transparent wall that suddenly cut off Brando's ability to sense his element. The young man raised his head in shock and saw the centaurs in front of him retreating to the sides. A woman wearing a red plush cloak and shining armor walked out from the back. Her long hair was as green as jade and draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. The woman was very beautiful. She was about 40 years old, but there were only a few wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. She only looked at Brando coldly. Brando was about to attack, but her glare froze him in place. Brando recognized this woman. She was Veronica, the commander of Cruz's Azure Firmament. She was one of the few female commanders in the Empire, and had participated in the November War. She was also the supreme commander of the Eastern Front in the Second Holy War. 30 years ago, she already had the titles of Supreme Sword Saint, Dragon Knight, War Sage, and Heavenly General. 100 years ago, she had already awakened her elemental power. As for now, no one knew how strong she was. But if there were any top experts in the Cruz Empire, then this woman was definitely one of them. In fact, Brando couldn't help but feel goosebumps when he saw this woman. Although Veronica and Freya had a good relationship in the past, and could even be said to be half of the latter's teacher, in front of this powerful woman, the future Valkyrie was just a young girl. But no matter who she was, Brando didn't want to meet her in this place. Not to mention, he had just taught her a lesson. Although it seemed like the Cruz Empire was the one who started it, who wouldn't protect their elders? Isn't this the same as asking for my life? Martha above, who wrote this script? Brando almost choked when he saw the woman's distinctive green eagle-shaped earrings. Do you look down on the Empire? The woman's first glance at the young man was cold, and her tone was not polite at all. Accompanied by such words, the woman's aura seemed to have turned into an unsheathed sword, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Brando. This made the young lord from Erewhon choke, but he stared into the woman's eyes, took a deep breath, and replied. The ancestors of the Cruz Empire seemed to be used to solving problems with suppression and conquest, so they forgot the tolerance of civilization? Not only to his own people, but to outsiders as well? Although Brando's heart was thumping, he didn't show any weakness verbally. This was the Druid's territory, at least here, the other party wouldn't dare to do anything to him. His words were also aimed at the other party's sore spot. The Cruz Empire's cruelty and indifference had always been the reason why they were criticized by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But fortunately, the Cruz Empire accounted for more than half of the 7 high priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so they were still able to hold on to the religious power. I won't let you get away with it even if you have a sharp tongue, the female commander said coldly. Cullens, teach this Erewhon a lesson. Cullens turned around and sensed that Brando had been locked on by the legendary commander. He couldn't help but smile sinisterly. He couldn't kill in the Druid's territory, but he had no problem secretly making Brando's life difficult in the future. He was more than willing to destroy the future of 2 Erewhon's outstanding youths. He immediately bowed respectfully to Veronica, then drew his sword and stabbed Brando's wrist. But how could Scarlet, who was standing behind Brando, let him do as he wished? She raised her spear and blocked Cullens's path of attack, but just as she was about to strike, the female commander glanced at her coldly. At that moment, the red-haired girl was struck by lightning, and the halberd in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. You don't know what's good for you. Cullens sneered, the blade in his hand already close to Brando's body. P.S. What will Brando do when facing an elemental-level opponent? Next time, please listen to the breakdown. It's the end of the month. Where are the tickets? I'm begging for them. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 375. You're courting death. Cullens sneered. His sword was already close to Brando's body. Brendel looked at him with the same pitiful gaze. The young lord was completely suppressed by Veronica's aura and couldn't move at all. But as he watched Cullens approach him step by step, the green light on his retina flashed layer by layer. Different attributes were quickly changing. Character. Mana pool. Attributes. Planeswalker skill tree. Card. At this moment, the attribute panel was fixed on the Planeswalker system. Then, Brando smiled at Cullens. The latter was startled and didn't know why Brando was smiling. But Veronica, the commander of the Azure Firmament Legion, was the first to notice something was wrong. This little guy, Cullens, back off. She warned. But she was still a step too late. A white gold flaming blade appeared in front of Brando, Sun Blade. This was the first time Brando used this card in a long time, and the unlucky Count Cullens became the first guest. He didn't expect Brando to be able to counterattack under Veronica's suppression, so when the blade of light condensed in front of him, the Count of Cruz could only stare in horror. He was hit head-on and flew back with a scream. He did a series of difficult 1800-degree turns in the air before falling heavily on the ground. Lord Cullens. The blonde girl with twin ponytails exclaimed. Veronica raised her beautiful green eyebrows. She didn't expect Brando to still be able to retaliate under her suppression. She was surprised and dissatisfied. Ever since she became the commander of the Empire's Legion, no one dared to be so arrogant in front of her. Veronica reached out to grab her sword, Azure Firmament. But after thinking about it, she held back. As the commander of the Empire's Legion and the extreme sword saint who was over 100 years old, bullying a junior was a disgrace to the Empire's dignity. But no matter what, the Empire's dignity couldn't be blasphemed. She raised her hand and coldly said, "Take this guy down." Veronica stared coldly at Brando. She waved her hand forward, and more than 30 knights from the Imperial Cavalry Division behind her swarmed forward. When Veronica spoke, she released the pressure on Brando. Even though the knights of the Imperial Army were nothing more than embroidered pillows, she believed that they were more than enough to deal with a small noble like Erwin. She had seen Erwin's army before. Other than the Royal Knight Regiment of Corvado, who could barely be considered soldiers, the rest were just a bunch of rabble. But Brendel felt the pressure on his body loosen. He looked up and saw the Imperial Knights rushing towards him. At a glance, he recognized that the other party was the Kurlutz Guards. Although these guys were not Kurlutz's frontline legion, they were much more difficult to deal with than the Knights of the Border Cavalry Regiment he had just dealt with. After all, the Border Cavalry in Cruz was an organization similar to Erwin's Guards. Brando calmly took a step back and drew his sword for the first time. As soon as the sword was drawn, the cold light reflected from the dark blade made Vahina, who was tied up by thorns, cry out. That sword, be careful. It's the Crimson Blessing. But the black-haired youth's voice immediately covered her voice. Rono got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. One of his hands was pressed on his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But even the churning of his internal organs could not compare to the shock in his heart at this moment. He saw the silver gauntlet on Brando's right arm and finally confirmed his suspicion. It was the Crimson Blessing, the grip of Bahamut. A true divine weapon in the eyes of alchemists. Brando's hand was ignited with true red flames. The flames surged up his arm and swallowed Halran Gaia in an instant. Brando leveled his sword and charged towards the knight. At that moment, he was like a demon from hell, leaving a trail of flames behind him. Veronica's face changed when she saw Brando's sword. This was not a quasi-sword saint at all. The youth standing in front of her was a true sword saint. And when she saw the sword and armor in his hand, she knew that she had made a huge mistake. She had underestimated her opponent. Veronica immediately grasped the hilt of Azure Firmament, but at this time, Brando was already like a burning phoenix, charging into the midst of the night. Attack from the front left. Orthlis's voice was cold and calm. She was fighting side by side with him. Take advantage of the gap between the knight's attacks. Don't let go of this opportunity to retreat. Pursue. It's best to block this attack first. Hey, little guy, how did you do that? Orthless was suddenly startled. She found that sometimes Brando seemed to know the enemy's intentions better than she did. She relied on her thousands of years of experience, but it was a stretch to say that Brando had talent. Even Orthless was surprised that a person could have such talent in swordsmanship. Even Gretel doesn't have such talent, she thought. But at this moment, Brando saw a different scene. Golden lines appeared in his eyes, outlining a complex image. Whether attacking, defending, or outflanking, the intentions of the knights were laid bare in these lines. As long as they lowered their bodies, a golden line would extend from their prepared attack path and pierce Brando's chest. This was the effect of in-depth analysis. Perhaps it was not perfect, but Brando found that this skill was surprisingly suitable for him. Especially with his hundreds of years of swordsmanship experience in the game, coupled with Orthless's guidance, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Cruz's Knights Guards were sometimes blocked by Brando's sword before they could even make a move. The knights were so frustrated that they could die. They realized that something was wrong the moment they clashed with the young man. The young man seemed to know what they were trying to do. Sometimes, they just instinctively lowered their shoulders to counterattack. Before they even realized how they were going to attack, the young man had already destroyed all their possible attacking routes with a single strike. It was a feeling that made them want to throw away their sword and run away, like a mouse being teased by a cat. But Brando always stopped at the last moment, which surprised the knight. They knew that if he wanted to, he would have killed them long ago. But he didn't. Was he showing mercy? But it didn't seem like it. The knight didn't know why, but Veronica, who had unsheathed her sword, knew that Brando had long been paying attention to her. He knew from the beginning that she was going to make a move. But how did he know? She's about to make a move. Orthless reminded. I'm curious. Brando looked at Veronica's direction while blocking the knight's attacks. Lady Orthless, in your prime, who was stronger between you and this lady? She's just a little girl, Orthless snorted and replied with some confidence. I don't even need to use my sword to fight her. She's not even as strong as your grandfather. What? Brando was shocked. Careful, she's coming. The young lord raised his head and saw Veronica appear in front of him in an instant. He was shocked and rolled away to avoid his opponent's sword. Veronica was slightly startled, thinking that this guy dodged quite quickly. It seemed like he already knew how she was going to attack before she even appeared. But while she was surprised, Brando was being scolded. Why are you dodging? Orthless was dissatisfied. Meet her head on. Lady Orthless, I'm not afraid of her in terms of swordsmanship, but in terms of strength, I'm not even close to her. Brando explained as he dodged. Idiot, how can she use such a high level of strength here? Orthless scolded him in his mind, unless she wants to tear down this bazaar with her sword. Brando was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that this was the druid's aerial bazaar. Although there was a barrier protecting it, it could only support a battle between two gold-ranked fighters. No matter how high the power was, the barrier wouldn't be able to withstand it. He was stunned and almost got hit by the sword, but at the last moment, he turned his head and dodged. Veronica's sword barely grazed his cheek. The sword's aura left a cut on his face. Brando felt a chill on his face, but Veronica was both angry and amused at the same time. This kid actually dared to be distracted during a battle with her. Even the famous sword St. Cruz was not so daring. And what surprised her the most was that he actually dodged. This kid. Veronica couldn't help but think, if only Cruz was more powerful, I would definitely let him follow me and inherit my legacy. But of course, Brando didn't know what the female commander was thinking. After Orthless's reminder, he decided to switch from defense to offense. He paused for a moment, then raised earth to block the blade of the azure skies. Green and gray light intertwined, the azure skies was a wind fantasy weapon. In terms of level, it was not inferior to the Halran Gaia. However, the earth was stable and naturally restrained the ever-changing wind element. Thus, Azure Firmament's whirlwind effect was almost completely suppressed. Brando only felt his arm go numb when the two swords collided. This woman is so strong, he thought to himself. But this time, he didn't retreat. Instead, he pulled back his sword and stabbed at the opponent. Counterattack. Everyone was shocked. The Imperial Knight who couldn't even intervene could hardly believe their eyes. The young man was actually counterattacking. How dare you? Veronica was also angry. Not only was this kid not afraid of her, he even wanted to suppress her in a direct confrontation. This was simply a fantasy. P.S. There seems to be a restless aura in the air. What is it? I don't know. But, that, monthly ticket? Dragged away, to be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.